including pre-9/11 intelligence, detainee treatment at Abu Ghraib, and NSA's surveillance program. This panel is followed by inspectors general from the Justice, Energy, and Defense Departments. From the House Government Reform Subcommittee, this is a little under 5 hours.
A quorum being present, the hearing of the Subcommittee on National Security, Emerging Threats, and International Relations, entitled National Security Whistleblowers in the Post-9/11 Era, Lost in a Labyrinth and Facing Subtle Retaliation, is called to order. All federal employees are ethically bound to expose violations of law, corruption, waste, and substantial danger to public health or safety. But meeting that obligation to blow the whistle on coworkers and superiors has never been easy. Breaking bureaucratic ranks to speak unpleasant and unwelcome truths takes courage and risks involving the wrath of those with the power and motive to shoot the messenger. Seldom in our history has the need for the whistleblower's unfiltered voice been more urgent, particularly in the realms of national security and intelligence. Extraordinary powers needed to wage war on our enemies could, if unchecked, inflict collateral damage on the very rights and freedoms we fight to protect. The use of expansive executive authorities demands equally expansive scrutiny by Congress and the public. One absolutely essential source of information to sustain that oversight: whistleblowers. On September 11, 2001, we learned the tragic price of relying on Cold War paradigms and static analytical models that could not connect the dots. Since then, a great deal of time and money has been spent retooling the national security apparatus to meet new threats. Today, in the fight against stateless terrorism, we need intelligence and law enforcement programs to function strictly according to the law and with ruthless efficiency. And we need whistleblowers from inside those programs, national security whistleblowers, to tell us when things go wrong. But those with whom we trust the nation's secrets are too often treated like second-class citizens when it comes to asserting their rights to speak truth to power. Exempted from legal protections available to most other federal employees, national security whistleblowers are afforded far less process than is due as they traverse separate and unequal investigative systems in the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, the Department of Energy, Central Intelligence Agency, and other agencies. They work in secretive communities, institutionally and culturally hostile to sharing information with each other, much less those of us outside their closed world. In that environment, reprisals for whistleblowing can easily be disguised as personnel actions that allegedly would have taken place anyway for failure to be a team player. And whistleblowers in critical national security positions are vulnerable to unique forms of retaliation. Suspension or revocation of a security clearance can have the same chilling effect as demotion or firing, but clearance actions are virtually unreviewable under current whistleblower protections. Last year, the Government Reform Committee approved a bill to strengthen whistleblower protections for most federal employees. To help define the full scope of the problem faced by national security whistleblowers, the proposal also directed the Government Accountability Office, GAO, to study possible correlations between protected disclosures and security clearance revocations. It is in that same cause we convene today, to better understand the plight of national security whistleblowers in this new and dangerous era. Should security clearances revocations be included in the list of personnel practices managers may not use against whistleblowers? What additional protections would draw out needed disclosures without infringing on the legitimate powers of the executive branch to keep secrets? This is an open hearing. because employee rights and management accountability must be discussed openly. There is nothing top secret about gross waste or the abuse of power. At the same time, witnesses with access to secure information have assured us their testimony will avoid even the inadvertent disclosure of classified materials, and we will, of course, take care to observe those boundaries. We are joined today by a panel of whistleblowers who will describe their difficult journeys, a panel of experts on whistleblower protections, and a panel of those in government to whom whistleblowers look for fairness and due process when their courage is met with resistance and reprisals. We welcome everyone today, and with that, I would ask the ranking member of the full committee if he has a statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, not only for recognizing me, but for holding today's hearing on national security whistleblowers. And I thank you also for working with the Democrats to select today's witnesses. We're going to begin with a panel of present and former military and government officials. And they have three things in common. First, they were all screened and approved by our government to work on our nation's most secretive counterterrorism, national security, and law enforcement programs. Second, they all came forward to report what they viewed as critical abuses in these programs. And thirdly, they all claim to have been retaliated against for trying to correct these abuses. There is one simple overarching question for today's hearing. Do the existing laws of our nation provide sufficient protection for national security whistleblowers? Or should Congress enhance safeguards for people who are trying to do the right thing and protect this nation? The Bush administration has taken a consistent approach to those who question it from within. It attacks them. The White House attacked Joe Wilson and his wife, CIA agent Valerie Wilson, because Mr. Wilson disclosed that the Bush administration relied on fabricated evidence in making its case for war. Richard Foster is an actuary in the Department of Health and Human Services who tried to tell Congress the true cost of the Medicare drug benefit. He nearly lost his job as a result. General Eric Shinseki was forced to resign as the Army Chief of Staff when he correctly predicted that the United States would need several 100,000 troops to occupy Iraq. And Bunny Greenhouse, the top contracting official at the Army Corps of Engineers, was removed after insisting on enforcing the rules against Halliburton's monopoly oil contract in Iraq. On the other hand, those who support the politics of this administration get preferential treatment. To this day, Karl Rove retains his security clearance in spite of evidence that he mishandled classified information regarding Valerie Wilson's position at the CIA. The President has stated that Mr. Rove will keep his clearance until he's actually charged with a crime. But that's not the standard that was applied to today's witnesses. Because they criticized administration policies, their clearances were suspended without any criminal charges and without any allegation that they disclosed classified information. This is a double standard, and it has dangerous consequences. When future abuses occur, those who could blow the whistle will see what happens and remain silent rather than risk this kind of attack. This result is bad for our country. Silencing national security whistleblowers who are attempting to report valid claims of waste, fraud, and abuse places our nation in greater danger, not less. This should not be a partisan issue. Last fall, this committee considered a bill to expand whistleblower protections for federal employees. As written, however, this bill excluded national security whistleblowers. To address this gap, Congresswoman Maloney offered an amendment that would have expanded the bill to national security whistleblowers. At the time of the vote, many members voted against that amendment. To be clear, they didn't say they were opposed to the idea. They said they didn't have enough information at that time to make an informed decision. So I give credit to Chairman Shays for calling today's hearing to understand what these national security whistleblowers face. My hope is that following this hearing, we can work together on a bipartisan basis to introduce new legislation that will provide national security whistleblowers with basic protections. No one with a security clearance should have to fear that his or her clearance can be pulled in retaliation for truthfully reporting corruption or abuse. The national security whistleblowers here today are not alone. Many others could have testified, but we simply could not accommodate all of them, and I have some of their written statements here. One is from Michael Nowacki, a former staff sergeant in the U.S. Army who worked as a counterintelligence agent and interrogator in Iraq. He reported serious flaws in U.S. detainee practices, after which his security clearance was stripped. I also have a statement from Daniel Hirsch and a group of several Foreign Service officers from the State Department who also had their security clearances revoked for reporting what they viewed as abuses. I thank all of them for their written submissions and ask that their statements be made part of the official hearing record. And I thank the witnesses who are here today and for their courage in speaking out.
Without objection, your request for submission to the record will happen without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Chair would now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Kucinich.
I want to thank the Chair for calling this hearing and thank our ranking member for the views that he just expressed. I think all over America, people are asking, when they see what is apparently a grab for power or an abuse of power, where's the Congress? What's Congress doing about it? Congress is a co-equal branch of government. We have just as much of a right and a responsibility to determine the course of events in this country as does the executive branch. This committee, therefore, exemplifies the valid and essential power of the Congress of the United States in inquiring into the treatment that those who take a stand on behalf of the truth are receiving at the hands of those who have sullied the truth in the executive branch. The underlying question at this hearing today is, who will speak up? Who will speak up if those who have taken the risks to tell the truth are publicly punished, stripped of their positions, pushed aside? Who will speak up at a moment of peril? Who will speak up to defend this country's reputation, its honor? We are here today to take a stand on behalf of those who took a stand on behalf of America. So I want to welcome the whistleblowers who are with us. I know that they've been eager to tell their stories, and they're patriots for coming forward. They've risked their jobs, their reputation, to make this country safer and our government more responsible by pointing out our nation's security vulnerabilities and government abuses. How different our world and our nation would be, how safer it would be against global terrorism had, for example, we listened to FBI agent Colleen Rowley's warnings prior to 9/11. Model employees are either ignored or told to keep their mouths shut. Their honesty is not rewarded, but rather they and others in the law enforcement, national security, and intelligence community are punished through a systematic and harsh series of personal and professional retaliations. Let me state clearly that there's absolutely nothing subtle about the retaliation which whistleblowers face. Scare tactics are used to enforce discipline, to warn other potential whistleblowers against coming forward. National security whistleblowers are subject to harassment, to transfers or demotion or unrelated personal attacks about their sexual activities or personal finances. Instead of examining merits of allegations, the story becomes shifted to the whistleblower's conduct. I mean, you only need to look at what's happening with the goings-on in the National Security Agency right now. So-called leaks of information. Instead of addressing exactly what the problem is, the attack suddenly is shifted to the people that are putting forth the information. Are we interested in either getting at the truth, or are we interested in attacking the truth tellers? That's one of the questions that has to be answered here today. It seems that no infraction is too small to use against a whistleblower. They may have their security clearances suspended, as we'll hear, or revoked, essentially preventing them from ever working in the intelligence community or the national security community again. These are federal employees who are apparently trustworthy enough to routinely handle the most sensitive, top-secret information in our country, passed extensive background checks. But once they come forward with information of importance to the American people in defending our national honor, people are suddenly viewed as suspicious troublemakers when they blow the whistle. They may even be forced to undergo psychiatric examinations to see if they're mentally stable enough to perform their duties. I mean, it's a throwback to what we used to hear about the Soviet Union. If somebody was challenged, the old Soviet Union, somebody was challenging the Politburo or the practices of the government in some public way, and they were insiders, well, suddenly they end up getting shipped off to a psychiatric clinic. Methods of retaliation are outrageous, and we should all be offended that this occurs with seeming regularity and impunity in our federal agencies. What's even more egregious to me is there's a double standard for national security whistleblowers. Because of the sensitivity of the information they work on, they don't have the same protection as other civil service employees. They aren't allowed to speak freely to Congress, aren't the subjects of the already weak Whistleblower Protection Act of 1994, and have little recourse from third parties ostensibly established to hear their claims, such as the Merit Systems Protection Board or the judicial system. So who gets to hear their claims? Well, it's left to the employing agencies, who are the ones who are often exposed, who then turn around and act as judge and jury when national whistleblowers come forward with an allegation. This should be the first place for recourse, not the first and the last. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that you will join with those of us on this side of the aisle who will advocate strong legislation to close the loopholes in our whistleblower protection laws. These basic protections should be applicable to all federal employees and federal contractors across the board. This should not be a partisan issue, and I trust that in calling this hearing today, you proceed in that spirit. Our nation's security should be the first priority, not protecting agencies or not protecting management from embarrassment or damaging information. And I look forward to working with you on such legislation. Again, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for working with us to hold this hearing and to include the witnesses we requested. I think their testimony will show the urgency of the needed reform of our whistleblower laws, and I hope they're going to be willing and allowed to speak freely and candidly, and we can rectify the retaliations that people which have suffered. I want to say that again. We need to rectify the retaliations which people have suffered because they had the courage to tell the truth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to welcome the witnesses.
Thank the gentleman. At this time, the Chair would recognize the gentlelady from New York, Carolyn Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling this hearing, and Ranking Member Waxman. And I truly appreciate your continued attention to this issue. It's tremendously important, I would say, to the national security of our country. And when we do work on this issue, it reminds me of the old adage, "The truth shall set you free." Unfortunately, it appears that the current administration has taken this to a new level, and I cite the examples that Chairman Waxman mentioned earlier of the Wilsons and General Shinseki and others. The truth will set you free because if you speak up, you get fired. And we all know that the main whistleblower protections are weak and that the main law is the Whistleblower Protection Act. However, this law has been weakened by recent court decisions, and even the weak protections offered under this law do not apply to national security whistleblowers from the uniformed military, including the FBI, the CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, and the contractors at these very extremely important agencies. Complicating the situation is the veil of secrecy most of their work is covered by. This committee has repeatedly heard from people who have had their security clearances revoked after blowing the whistle on what they felt was a breach of security for our country. And we've been told that wrongdoers have been allowed to continue their actions while the whistleblower has been made to be the one to suffer. And clearly we must fully protect our national security, but we also must provide secure avenues for illegal activity to be swiftly dealt with. And that is why back in September, when the full committee was marking up H.R. 1317, the Federal Employee Protection of Disclosure Act, that I offered the amendment that would make it clear that whistleblower protections are extended to employees in national security and the intelligence community. I believe that is an extremely important substantive amendment. Regrettably, it failed along party lines, but the majority indicated, and I appreciate their statements, that their opposition was based on the fact that we had not had adequate discussion and hearings on it, and that they simply did not know enough about the amendment to support it. So it is my hope that today, after this hearing and our committee's understanding of it on this subject, that my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle will be able to support this effort in the future. As Mr. Waxman mentioned in his opening comments, our staffs have been working on legislation based on the amendment that I just mentioned, and that would extend the protections of whistleblower protections to employees of national security and the intelligence community. And I hope that after this hearing we will be able to work together and pass this into law. Again, I thank the chairman and ranking member for holding these hearings. I look forward very much to the testimony, and I appreciate all the panelists being here. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Maloney. At this time, the chair would recognize Mr. Van Hollen from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me start by thanking you for holding this hearing today. As has been said, this is not a partisan issue. This should not be a Republican issue or a Democratic issue. This is an issue, I think it's important to the American people to make sure they have confidence in the integrity of their own government. And I think the American people are questioning the integrity of that government these days, and it's important that they know that people within our government, civil servants, whether they're in the national security apparatus or whether they're in our civil institutions on the civilian side, that people who see and hear wrongdoing within those agencies are free to come forward and report it without fear of being punished, without fear of being retaliated against for coming forward with the truth. And I think the integrity of our national security institutions depends on people having faith and confidence that that is going to happen, that people will be able to come forward if they see waste, fraud, abuse, if they see law-breaking, if they see cover-up. And so I think this is very important hearing, Mr. Chairman, and I think it's an important step in helping to restore the confidence of the American people in our government, and making sure that indeed we do put safety first, and the public safety first, and the national security interest first, and make sure that people who are telling the truth are free to come forward without fear of reprisal. And it's important that people understand that these are people who are putting their own careers at risk. This is not an easy thing to do, to come forward. And as has been said, I think these are true patriots, and we should welcome them in the interest of our own security. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing.
I thank the gentleman. Before calling on our witnesses, and thank you for your patience, do a few UCs. Ask unanimous consent that all members of the subcommittee be permitted to place an opening statement in the record, and that the record remain open for 3 days for that purpose, and without objection, so order. I ask for the unanimous consent that all witnesses be permitted to include their written statements in the record, and without objection, so ordered. We have, I ask unanimous consent to just, we've already asked unanimous consent, but to state that Mr. Waxman requests is to put a statement of Michael S. Nowacki, former Staff Sergeant, United States Army, and then a statement with the letter concerned Foreign Service officers dated February 3rd, and without objection we'll put those in the record. I ask for the unanimous consent that the following be made part of the record a letter from the subcommittee dated November 10th, 2005, inviting the CIA Inspector General John L. Henderson to participate in today's hearing, and a letter from the CIA Office of Legislative Affairs indicating the CIA's Office of the Inspector General has, quote, never received nor had to investigate a whistleblower complaint in which an employee claimed that their clearance were revoked as a method of retaliation for their whistleblower activities. Without objection, these letters will be made part of the record. But I do want to comment that I think it is really very surprising that the Inspector General would communicate through us, through the Director of Congressional Affairs. I like to view that the IG's office is totally independent and would have their own way of communicating with us without having to go directly through the department. Did we have another unanimous consent?
Before you leave that one.
Yes, yes.
I find that an amazing letter because the Director of Congressional Affairs at the CIA, and I think you're correct in saying I don't know why he has to respond to your letter to the CIA, but in effect he says there's no reason for the CIA to come here because they've never received nor had to investigate a whistleblower complaint in which an employee claimed their clearances were revoked as a method of retaliation for their whistleblower activities. Well, this hearing today, I think, is going to make it very clear that that can't possibly be the case. Not everybody is from CIA, but it seems to me that we do have people from the CIA that have been retaliated against. And it's almost as if the CIA couldn't even find out what's going on in its own organization, let alone what's going on elsewhere around the world. So I just want to make that comment and join you in my concern that they should be more forthcoming.
Yeah, Mr. Kucinich.
I'm appreciative of the fact that the chairman brought that letter forward, because any of us who have ever dealt with the CIA, and I have, understands that that letter is lacking in veracity, to put it mildly. I think that while we're going to have our hands full today, Mr. Chairman, with the testimony that we're going to receive and to evaluate it and then to issue a report, this letter, Mr. Chairman, offers a whole new possibility for a line of inquiry into the Central Intelligence Agency and how they are trying to escape oversight, which they're not free from, by the way. So just wanted to say hi.
I'd ask unanimous consent that the following be made part of the record. Two CRS memoranda concerning the applicability of the Privacy Act to congressional investigative inquiries, and the Department of Justice IG report of the investigation into allegations from Michael German, and also to welcome our distinguished colleague, Representative Kurt Weldon from Pennsylvania, and ask unanimous consent that he be allowed to participate in this hearing. And without objection, so ordered. Mr. Weldon, I don't know if you have an opening statement before we go to the witnesses, but we would recognize you.
First of all, I thank you and the distinguished members of the committee and the distinguished ranking member. I think everyone on this subcommittee signed a letter that I circulated in December, 248 of our colleagues, asking Secretary Rumsfeld to allow witnesses to appear before Congress on able danger. They had tried to stonewall those appearances for several months. You have one of the key witnesses here before you, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Shaffer, who's a decorated veteran, 23-year intelligence officer who has been involved in the most dangerous areas of the world, embedded with our troops, and who had information to offer that could help us understand what happened before 9/11. They went to such great lengths that he was within 2 days of losing not only his pay, but his health care for his 2 kids, and destroying him completely until I, not just with the help of the 248 members from both parties, and both Steny Hoyer and Roy Blunt signed the letter, and all of you as well, but Gordon England at DOD, on behalf of the Secretary, joined in with the new head of DIA to put Tony back into place so he could testify today in uniform, and tomorrow he will testify before the House Armed Services Committee on what is going to be a hearing that's going to change, I think, the nature of this city. I'm not here to hurt any one administration, Mr. Chairman, with that, I would ask for unanimous consent to include summaries of whistleblowers I've worked with over the years. Jay Stewart, who was the former Director of Intelligence for DOE, who had his career destroyed. Notre Trulock was Director of Intelligence at DOE, testified before the Cox Commission, had his career destroyed. Dr. Gordon Ayler was Director of Nonproliferation at the CIA, made the mistake of telling us the truth, was eased out of his office. Mike Maloof, Chief of Technology, Security Operations Division in DITRA, has recently had his career destroyed. Lieutenant Jack Daly, Naval Intelligence Officer, was lasered in the eye, and the administration covered up the laser operation by a Russian ship, had his career destroyed. John Deutsch and Jim Woolsey, both, there are stories in here that summarize what's happened to them. And as late, Mr. Chairman, as yesterday afternoon, Lieutenant Colonel Shaffer, who was given the approval to work with DIA to prepare his testimony for tomorrow, was approached by a DIA official questioning him about what he was going to say, and you can ask him in his own words, but to me it was a clear effort at intimidating him. Mr. Chairman, it's extremely important, as someone who works on defense issues constantly, Homeland Security and defense with my Democrat colleagues in a bipartisan way, that we not let this happen. It's happened in this administration and it's happened in the previous administration. It should not be acceptable any time a person simply wants to tell the truth. That's all Tony Shaffer wanted, to tell the truth. And they were within 2 days of taking away his health care for his kids and destroying his life. That's not America. And that's not what this country's about. And I would hope that you and Ranking Member Waxman would use your influence to put legislation forward to protect people like this in simply allowing us to understand the problems that our government has. And I also want to acknowledge Sybil Edmonds, who's in the audience, who also played a critical role in helping us understand. She, too, was a victim of harassment and whistleblowing action. You know, I could go on, but these are the ones I've been involved with personally, and I submit these for the record.
Without objection, we'll submit those to the record. We're going to get to the panel. I just would like to make one point. I think both sides of the aisle are, at least in this committee, are very supportive of the effort that was introduced, I think, by Ms. Maloney to extend the same protections to those in the intelligence side. That amendment was not approved in part because some said more information, but the real significant reason was this committee reported out that bill and wanted to send it to the floor and knew that it would end up in every committee in Congress and never make the floor. So we're going to try to deal with that issue in a separate way. But we did put in that bill a requirement that the GAO report back to us on the issue of intelligence. So at this time, let me just acknowledge that we have Specialist Samuel J. Provence from the Department of Army. We have Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Shaffer from the United States Air Force. We have Mr. Michael German from the FBI. We have Mr. Russell Tice from NSA. And we have Mr. Richard Lavernier from DOE. And we thank them all. I'd like them to stand, and we'll swear you in, and then we'll get to your testimony. Raising your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before the subcommittee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Note for the record, all 5 of our witnesses have responded in the affirmative. You have a story to tell, gentlemen. We have 3 panels, so we'll be a little more strict about the time. What we'll do is, when your 5 minutes is up, you'll have another minute to kind of wrap things up, but we'd like you to be done within 6 minutes. If it goes 6.5, I'm not going to lose sleep, but we do want your story to be told. And so we'll start with you, Special Samuel J. Provence.
Thank you, sir. My name is Samuel Provence.
Let me just do me a favor. Tap the mic just so I see if it's on. Yeah, then you need to move it closer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Samuel Provence, and I am a resident of Greenville, South Carolina. After some years in college, I enlisted in the United States Army in 1998 and sought a specialization in intelligence in 2002. I was drawn to the Army by the professional training and the good life it promised, but also because it provided me an opportunity to serve my country. The Army has stood for duty, honor, and country. And wearing my country's service uniform and risking my life for my country's protection, it never occurred to me that I might be required to be a part of things that conflict with these values of duty, honor, and country. But my experience in Iraq and later in Germany left me troubled by what I saw happening to the Army. I saw the traditional values of military service, as I understood them, compromised or undermined. I am still proud to be a soldier and to wear the uniform of the United States Army, but I am concerned about what the Army is becoming. While serving with my unit in Iraq, I became aware of changes in the intelligence collection procedures in which I and my fellow soldiers were trained. These changes involved using procedures which we previously did not use and had been trained not to use, and in involving MP personnel and so-called preparation of detainees who were to be interrogated. Some detainees were treated in an incorrect and immoral fashion as a result of these changes. After what had happened at Abu Ghraib became a matter of public knowledge, and there was a demand for action, young soldiers were scapegoated while superiors misrepresented what had happened and misdirected attention away from what was really going on. I considered all of this conduct to be dishonorable and inconsistent with the traditions of the Army. I was ashamed and embarrassed to be associated with it. When I made clear to my superiors that I was troubled about what had happened, I was shown that the honor of my unit and the Army depended on either withholding the truth or outright lies. I cannot accept this. Honor cannot be achieved by lies and scapegoating. Honor depends on the truth. It demands that we live consistently with the values we hold out to the world. My belief in holding to the truth led directly to conflict with my superiors and ultimately my demotion. I welcome the opportunity to speak to you today and to answer your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for being here. Colonel Shaffer, would you make sure your mic is closer? You know, one of these
Thank
mics.
you, sir.
Yeah, there we go.
Is that good? Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to offer my comments surrounding the use of security clearance system as a method of intimidation and retaliation, and in my case, DI removal of my security clearance based on my protected disclosures of information to the 9/11 Commission and to Congress regarding Operation Able Danger. Many of us take seriously our oath of office to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We demonstrate our commitment by decades of service to this country, trying to conduct operations to ensure our citizens are protected. There are officers within the bureaucracy who abandon their oath of office and instead become focused on a strategy of self-preservation, of obstruction of accountability. A culture now exists in which leaders with this abhorrent set of values are in charge of large portions of the intelligence community. It was our missteps before 9/11 that materially contributed to our failure to detect and neutralize the 9/11 attacks. With disclosure of able danger information to the 9/11 Commission and to members of Congress was not the only factor in the revocation of my clearance. It is my judgment and the judgment of others that is the primary reason DI made such an obvious and justifiable effort to remove and silence me. It is notable that I have been requested, as Congressman Weldon pointed out, to speak in front of the House Armed Services Committee to provide a top-secret full disclosure testimony on the Able Danger operation tomorrow. Let me be up front here. I am no Boy Scout. I was not hired as an intelligence officer because I hung out at the Christian Science reading room. My job is to get information using tried and true intelligence methodologies, techniques that go back to the dawn of civilization. I've been trained to take risks, to create high-risk, high-gain operations, which I did successfully for 20 years. My awards and accolades have been provided to the committee for your background, and according to my legal counsel, until I disclosed the Able Danger information, I was a rock star. DI arbitrarily removed me from active intelligence officer status in June of 2004, where this process began. It was my work as a chief of DIA's Special Mission Task Force back in 1998 that I became involved with Able Danger. My officers and I were working at the cutting edge of technology and DoD black operations. Most of all of my operations and operational records remain classified, as most of the operations and the capabilities we established are still ongoing and being utilized in the war on terrorism. I accepted a recall to active duty after the 9/11 attacks, took command of operating base, and deployed to Afghanistan twice. During the deployment to Afghanistan in October 2003, I made my first protected disclosure to Dr. Philip Zelikow, the staff director of the 9/11 Commission, regarding able danger and the failures of DIA and other DoD elements to maximize the intelligence, information, and promise of the project. I wish to emphasize 4 key points. I had made protected disclosures starting in October of 2003 regarding able danger, a pre-9/11 operation designed to identify and conduct offensive operations against al-Qaeda. It was these protected disclosures first made to the 9/11 Commission that I believe is the basis for DIA's adverse actions against me. I revealed the fact that there were internal DoD and DIA failures regarding 9/11. It was a factor that resulted in the allegations being drummed up against me starting in March of 2004. The 3 allegations that DIA tried to use against me were first related to an attempt to thinly veil administrative issues being tied to the Uniform Code of Military Justice's criminal issues. There is a clearly defined process for criminal issues. These allegations never once rose anywhere close to that level. In addition, they were never, according to DoD personnel security guidelines, supposed to be used as a clearance adjudication issues. The 3 allegations used by DIA for the basis of their attempt to end my career are the follows. Undue award of the Defense Meritorious Service Medal. DIA claimed I received an unlawful award unduly, despite the fact the award was for, amongst other things, able danger. I provided classified officer evaluation reports and other supporting documents showing that the award was due. There was no evidence in the DIA IG report that I did anything wrong. To the contrary, it showed I'd followed the process I was given by the chain of command. I wear the award today on my chest. You can see it. The Army chose to not take any adverse action against me. Misuse of a government phone, second issue. Misuse of a government phone to $67. During the time I was in command of an operating base where I had accessed and ran millions of dollars of equipment and more than a dozen personnel, they did an investigation of my command. The only thing they could find is that over an 18-month period, I would periodically program a government phone to forward phone calls to my personal mobile phone so they could stay in touch with me on weekends for a charge of 25 cents for every call forwarded, accumulated over 18 months. Here in the local area, sir, I ran a base which I can't get into, which was another organization. Yes, sir, it was, yeah. Last issue, filing a false voucher for $180. I attended Army Command and General Staff School at Fort Dix, New Jersey, a requirement for promotion to Lieutenant Colonel. Despite this being a wholly legal claim for mileage, DIA, which DIA processed through their system legally, I was told that by the DIIG that I falsely stated the claim, even though there's clear evidence, and I obviously got promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. They said that because it was no expense to the government, it was an illegal claim, although I could have easily filed it on my income tax had it been rejected by the government. To summarize the allegations, the total alleged loss to DoD was $250. $250. The DIA Inspector General did falsely, without evidence, make conclusions to the investigation of wrongdoing which could not be supported. DIA then took these false allegations, embellished them, and went about resurrecting allegations which go back to high school, where I disclosed on a 1986 polygraph regarding some pins. 1986 polygraph that I disclosed. This was not an investigation, and it goes back 30 years. DI's allegations were refuted repeatedly on 3 separate occasions. In writing, in April of 2005, in a oral statement in June of 2005, and again my final appeal in November 2005, all to no avail. These issues were offered in writing. They've been offered to the committee in writing, so you can review them yourself. One of the most egregious rejections was they rejected a DSS Special Senior Agent's statement in writing saying that she investigated and refuted these allegations prior to 1995. Despite Army's clearing me the wrongdoing, I was promoted Lieutenant Colonel. Let me conclude. I became a whistleblower not out of choice, but out of necessity. Many of us have a personal commitment to the truth. Okay, sorry. I became a whistleblower not out of choice, but out of necessity. The necessity to tell the truth. The commitment to defend this country is not only simply going into combat, but actually trying to fight the bureaucracy which has slowed us down in many instances. I have tried to expose the truth of the 9/11 issues, 9/11 attacks, which I will hopefully provide more information tomorrow. There is a need to hold legitimately individuals accountable for their actions or inaction regarding clearances and security clearance system. There should be, I believe, an independent IG which looks at issues, and also a must-issue system which shows, some ability to issue a person a security clearance and retain it as long as there's no allegations against them, and establish, if you will, a list of penalties for minor discretions which could be used objectively for either an SES or a sergeant, no matter what that is. Anyway, thank you for allowing me to share with you the information regarding the DI retaliation against me regarding my disclosures of able danger information.
Thank you, Colonel, for your statement. Thank you both who have testified so far for your service to our military. And just to say that if you don't cover everything in your testimony, it is part of the record. And secondly, we're going to have extensive questioning of this panel, and you'll be able to, I think, cover the points if you felt you've left anything out.
Thanks,
Mr. German.
Thank you. My name is Michael German, and I'm a former FBI special agent. Chairman Shays, Ranking Member Waxman, Ranking Member Kucinich, thanks for having this hearing, and thanks for having me speak with you today. Shortly after the September 11th attacks, FBI Director Robert Mueller made public statements urging FBI employees to report any problems that impeded FBI counterterrorism operations. He offered his personal assurance that retaliation against FBI whistleblowers would not be tolerated. I listened and obeyed the director's orders. I reported misconduct in a terrorism case through my chain of command as directed. I did my duty. Unfortunately, Director Mueller did not uphold his end of the bargain. Retaliation was tolerated, accepted, and eventually successful in forcing me to leave the FBI. I am here today to tell you about a system that is broken. The Department of Justice Inspector General's report on my case provides a rare post-9/11 glimpse into the dysfunctional management practices that continue to obstruct FBI counterterrorism operations and continue to allow FBI managers to retaliate against agents who report their misconduct. But the IG report is too little, too late. I am here not because I think you can help me. I am here because your action is needed to fix a broken system before another terrorism investigation is allowed to fail. At the time I made my complaint, I had 14 years of experience as a special agent of the FBI. During my career, I twice successfully infiltrated terrorist organizations, recovered dozens of illegal firearms and explosive devices, resolved unsolved bombings, and prevented acts of terrorism. I had an unblemished disciplinary record, a Medal of Valor from the Los Angeles Federal Bar Association, and a consistent record of superior performance appraisals. In early 2002, I was asked to assist in a Tampa Division counterterrorism operation that started when a supporter of an international terrorist organization met with the leader of a domestic terrorist organization. This January 2002 meeting was recorded by an FBI cooperating witness as part of an ongoing FBI domestic terrorism investigation. I quickly became aware of deficiencies in the case, but informal efforts to get the case on track were met with indifference by FBI supervisors. In August of 2002, I learned that part of the January meeting had been recorded illegally in violation of Title III wiretap regulations. When I brought this to the attention of the Orlando supervisor responsible for the investigation, he told me we were just going to pretend it didn't happen. In 14 years as an FBI agent, I had never been asked to look the other way when I saw a violation of federal law. I chose to report this violation to my superiors, and that's when my journey in the labyrinth began. Over the next 2 years, my complaint was passed from my ASAC to the Counterterrorism Division, to the Tampa Division SAC, to the FBI's Office of Professional Responsibility, to the Department of Justice Inspector General, and to the FBI Inspection Division, none of whom actually initiated an investigation. Instead, FBI officials backdated, falsified, and materially altered FBI records in an attempt to cover up their mistakes. Meanwhile, I was removed from one terrorism investigation, prevented from participating in a second terrorism investigation, and barred from training other agents in the undercover techniques that enabled me to infiltrate terrorist groups. Retaliatory investigations against me were pursued by FBI inspectors who refused to divulge the names of my accusers or document their interviews. For 2 years, I worked within the system to try to get these deficiencies addressed with no success. My career was effectively ended. When it became clear that no one would address this matter appropriately, I chose to report the matter to Congress and to resign from the FBI in protest. Only the public exposure of this matter finally compelled the IG to act. Last month, a full year and a half after I resigned, 3 years after my first formal complaint to the IG, and 4 years after these events took place, did the IG finally issue a report of its investigation. That report confirms many of my original allegations. The Tampa Division terrorism case was not properly investigated or documented. The Tampa Division supervisors failed to address these deficiencies. The only effort Tampa Division made in response to an illegal wiretapping violation was to place the tape into the personal possession of the Orlando supervisor, while Tampa managers officially denied that the recording existed. The IG found that Tampa officials backdated and falsified official FBI records in an attempt to obstruct the internal investigation of my complaint. The IG report details a continuous collaborative effort to punish me for reporting misconduct by FBI managers, yet the IG only grudgingly admits that I was retaliated against. An Orlando supervisor justified removing me from one case because I unilaterally discussed the case with headquarters. A Portland SAC tells his staff that my participation in a second terrorism investigation is problematic because I was a whistleblower who requested to speak to Congress. The unit chief of the undercover unit tells his staff that I will never work undercover again, yet none of this is considered retaliation. Meanwhile, the FBI managers who backdated, falsified, and materially altered FBI records were given a pass. I hope you, as members of Congress responsible for overseeing the Department of Justice, find this unacceptable. In closing, my odyssey is a clear example of the need for greater congressional oversight of the FBI and the Department of Justice. The system is broken. It was broken before 9/11, and it has not been fixed. This is not a question of balancing security interest against liberty interest. It's a question of competence and accountability. Neither security nor civil liberties are protected when incompetent FBI managers can so easily falsify FBI records to cover up their misconduct. I would request that in addition to my written statement to the committee, that my written response to the Investigator General staff report be admitted as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I could have closed my eyes when you talked about falsification and so on when we had our hearing about Mr. Salvati, who was in prison in death row for 30 years because 2 FBI agents falsely accused him, knew that he was innocent of the crime because they knew who committed the crime, but because they were trying to cover up one of their sources, they let him languish in prison for 30 years. And his wife visited him every week for 30 years. He's out now, but wouldn't it have been incredible if someone from the FBI had been a whistleblower then? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Tice.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the subcommittee, is that better, sir? How's that, sir? Okay. Once again, I thank you for having me on the subcommittee as a speaker. You know, I realize this is Valentine's Day. I hate to have to give you another horror story like it would be Halloween, but unfortunately, that's what I'm about to do. My career started in 1985 by joining the Air Force right after getting out of college. I worked in the SIGINT field in the Air Force. From there, I became a contractor working SIGINT issues for the National Security Agency as well as a few other intelligence agencies. From there, I became a government employee intelligence analyst for the Department of the Navy. From there, I moved to the Defense Intelligence Agency as an intelligence officer, and from there, I moved back home, or at least I considered it a homecoming, to the National Security Agency. In the spring of 2001, I noticed that a coworker, and this was when I was at DIA, exhibited the classic signs of being involved in espionage. I liked this coworker. Everyone liked this coworker. But nonetheless, the signs were frequent travel to a communist country, a political philosophy that lended itself that the United States should not come to the support of a democratic nation against the communist country, late hours on a classified computer, living beyond her means, buying a home that she should not have been able to afford at her GS level. I came to the conclusion that I would have to report this because ultimately it was my responsibility. The young lady was popular, so I kept it very quiet in doing so. I told none of my coworkers nor my supervisor that I'd done so. Well, a few things happened after that. I was contacted by the DIA counterintelligence officer involved in the case, and he said he was going to look into it. Shortly after that, that encounter with the DIA counterintelligence officer, the mother of the individual who was, and I thought at that time, very highly up in DIA, came to our office even though she was recently retired. I thought this was highly unusual. I told the counterintelligence officer that. He ultimately told me that there was nothing to it. It was a coincidence. Ultimately, I found out that this woman, the mother, was a lot higher up than I thought. She was actually a deputy in the Department of Defense at the Pentagon for Command, Control, Communications, and Intelligence. She was also a principal deputy director at the Defense Security Service, and she was high up before that in the Defense, or DISA, Defense Information and Systems Agency. But nonetheless, I believe to this day that the mother was there possibly to warn the daughter that something was coming up, because it made no sense that she showed up after that. Maybe 2 weeks after that encounter, the DIA and counterintelligence officer told me that, that there was nothing to my suspicion. After I returned to the National Security Agency in November of 2002, I was involved in the operational intelligence work for the Iraq war, and we were quite busy. So I really didn't have a whole lot of time to think about what happened before. When things started winding down in the Iraq, the initial stage of the Iraq situation with our military forces going in, I had a little bit of time to start reading through some things. One of the things I read through was 2 FBI agents in California that had been involved in apparently or supposedly swapping counterintelligence secrets for sex with a suspected Chinese double agent. At that time, remembering that ultimately I got blown off pretty quick on my suspicions, I sent an email on a classified system to the individual at DIA. No one else, just that individual. Up until that time, no one else knew. From that point, apparently that individual, at that point I basically said that the FBI was incompetent in dealing with counterintelligence measures. Well, I found out very quickly after that that counterintelligence agent contacted security at NSA, and 2 or 3 days after that I was contacted and told that I had to submit to an emergency psychological evaluation. I'd just been to my routine psychological evaluation at NSA in preparation for my swap over from DIA back to NSA, and passed with flying colors. And so 9 months later, the very same office is now calling me for my emergency psychological evaluation. At that time, I was told I was wrong about my suspicions. I also believed that my phone may have been tapped and that I was being followed, not at that time, but ultimately later, that I was being followed by the FBI. I know that to be true because I turned the tables on one of the FBI agents that was following me, and I walked up behind him. He was wearing his service pistol and his FBI badge on his hip, so there wasn't a whole lot of question there. Nonetheless, I was called for a psychological evaluation, and I was very quickly determined to be mentally ill, suffering from paranoia. At that point, I went up the chain of command. I even went to the deputy director of NSA, who I just happened to know personally, to no avail. I waited a few months. In the motor pool, by the way, of NSA was where I was sent. I finally went to Senator Mikulski and asked her as my congressional representative to help out. I was told at that point that I was off the reservation, or informed that I was off the reservation, and that I would pay dearly for doing so.
Why, you said, who said that?
I was told that by the person that was dealing with the liaison office, that by doing so that I was likely to pay dearly, and that I was putting my head, quote, above the radar screen, unquote. Well, you know, as far as I'm concerned, sure. To make things quick, I went to the Merit System Protection Board and basically was told the Merit System Protection Board could not look at the merits of my case is ultimately having my security clearance suspended. I went to the DOD IG. The DOD IG went to NSA's IG and allowed NSA to investigate theirself. Ultimately, that report came out against me. It all turns, basically, I was not left with many options. I have some details, ultimately, at 17 pages that I'd like you to read and have submitted to the record. But nonetheless, you know, on my way in here, walking by the Supreme Court temple, I noticed inscribed in the entrance that it said equal justice under the law. In the intelligence community, as an intelligence employee, there is no equal justice under the law. Whistleblower Protection Acts do not apply to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tice. Mr. Lavernier. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Richard Lavernier. I worked for the United States Department of Energy. I retired effective January the 3rd, 2006, after being exiled from the DOE nuclear security community for more than 5 years. I accepted an early retirement and buyout from the Department of Energy rather than being paid not to contribute to the national security. Until August of 2000, I was the DOE Quality Assurance QA Program Manager for Nuclear Security. My job was to manage a team of experts that review the security plans for DOE nuclear weapon sites and to identify vulnerabilities before they became national security threats. Our QA team oversaw the security effectiveness for the entire nuclear weapons complex. I utilized a team of world-class experts ranging in spectrum from nuclear engineers to U.S. Army Special Forces. My primary duty was to devise adversary scenarios and manage force-on-force tests that pitted mock terrorists against the nuclear weapons sites' protective forces. During these tests, there were numerous artificial limits placed on us in terms of conducting the tests. We were not allowed to surprise the defenders. We had to schedule the tests in advance. We had to follow speed limits. We had to follow the OSHA regulations. At many facilities, we weren't even allowed to climb the fences. We had to administratively progress through the fences. Despite this, the mock terrorists would win more than 50% of the performance tests that we conducted. Even the so-called wins were suspect. In the tests where the protective forces prevailed, many of the tests resulted in 50% or greater casualties for the defending forces. Additionally, in many instances, the defending forces, in order to achieve victory, would slaughter hundreds of evacuating employees from the DOE facilities in an attempt to be sure and eliminate the terrorists. The reason for this abysmal record was ingrained bureaucratic negligence to a terrifying degree. 4 years after September the 11th, plans to fight terrorists attacking nuclear facilities are still largely predicated on catching the terrorists as they escape. Very little attention has been paid to dealing with terrorists that are suicidal and plan to make entry into the facility, stay in the facility, create a nuclear detonation, and are not interested in escaping. Some of the facilities refuse to change their security plans that post guards so far away from the danger zones that terrorists would have time to enter and leave before even the fastest responders would arrive. This has been demonstrated in performance tests over and over again. This is inexcusable. On September the 11th, the United States lost thousands of lives. In a successful terrorist attack on a nuclear weapons facility, likely there would be a loss of lives in the terms of hundreds of thousands of people, much greater in terms of the consequences. My testimony is perhaps more relevant today because I illustrate a long-term pattern of the DOE culture. First, deny there's a problem. Second, refuse to fix the problem. And third, if the first or the second option doesn't work, get rid of the messenger, get rid of the employee, get rid of the manager that's identifying the issues. DOE has done this. It's been documented in report after report after report. 5 years ago, DOE management effectively ended my career as a nuclear security professional by removing my security clearance and transferring me to unclassified duties. in retaliation for sending an unclassified IG report to the media. DOE stripped me of my security clearance. It just so happened that the unclassified IG report validated allegations that DOE managers were forcing people responsible for conducting routine annual security inspections to improve the ratings from less than satisfactory to satisfactory in an attempt to make sure that the system looked better than it actually was. The agency's primary rationale for taking my clearance was the fact that I had made an unauthorized disclosure. The U.S. Office of Special Counsel determined that all of the retaliatory actions taken by DOE against me were illegal under the Whistleblower Protection Act, the WPA. As a result of that, the Office of Special Counsel ordered the Secretary of Energy to conduct an investigation of all the allegations that I had put forward concerning the problems. However, the Office of Special Counsel and the Whistleblower Protection Act protections for me only went so far as to restore a 2-week employment suspension that I had sustained. It did not have the ability, it did not have the jurisdiction to deal with the loss of my security clearance. The impotence of the Office of Special Counsel was further demonstrated just 2 weeks ago when OSC tacitly accepted DOE's investigative report, which officially insisted that all of the problems that I had identified had been fixed, despite the fact that there were at least a dozen reports, some by the DOE IG, some by the General Accounting Office, and some by internal special blue ribbon panels that had been commissioned by the Department of Energy that said exactly the opposite. The chilling effect of DOE's unlawful retaliatory actions taken against me has been highly effective. No one at this point in the Department of Energy, after seeing what had happened to me, would be willing to come forward under similar circumstances. I'm hopeful that sharing my experiences with Congress will help to move this body to strengthen the protection for individuals who blow the whistle on sensitive security issues, and in turn create an environment in which vulnerabilities are addressed rapidly and appropriately. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lavernier. We have Mr. Weldon, who really, given that he's not a member of this committee, would come last. What I'm going to do is I'm going to exchange my time with him and give him my time, and then I'll take his time at the end.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again. I want to thank...
And let me state that for all members, we were going to have 10 minutes so we can get into the issues.
I want to thank Mr. Waxman and Mr. Kucinich and the rest of the committee members. I'm well aware of their efforts, and I could not think of a more important hearing that could be held by this committee. This is my 20th year in Congress, and I've served with both Republican and Democrat administrations. If we don't fix the problem of people who have stories to tell that are important for our security, who simply want to tell the truth, then we're sending a signal to every other employee of the federal government not to speak up. And I'm not talking about giving away state secrets or doing things maliciously. I'm talking about problems that we need to understand as elected officials and as agencies to deal with to improve our ability to respond to concerns. Now, my focus has been in armed services and Homeland Security. I serve as vice chairman of both committees. And the people that I mentioned today, Mr. Chairman, each have a story in their own right, and I don't have time to go into them all. I would ask your staff to look at them all. But all of them over the past 20 years have one common thing that's occurred to them. Their lives have been ruined. In some cases, they've been caused to go bankrupt. In other cases, they've destroyed their professional stature and credibility. Some have gotten out because they've taken the signal. It's time for you to leave because, like with Dr. Gordon Ehlers, who was a CIA non-proliferation director, when he told us that we had the same intelligence that Israel had. Iran was going to build the Shahab-3 missile system with the help of Russia. He made the mistake of telling us the truth. And as a result, he was railroaded out of his job, and today, we all know Iran has a Shahab-3 missile system. But because Gordon Ehlers simply told us and confirmed what Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel was saying at the time, he paid the price. Now, as a member who oversees defense issues, it really offends me that our military people that I deal with, and I don't know the details of these other cases, would have their careers ruined because they simply want to tell the truth to help us understand problems in the services. And yet that's what's occurred and unfortunately what continues to occur. If we allow this to go unchecked, we send a signal to everyone who wears the uniform. And our military personnel take their oath seriously when they salute to protect and uphold the laws of the country and their duty and honor and country seriously. And when they see us not respond when they tell the truth, that sends a signal to everybody else, don't do that, because you'll suffer the same fate as, in this case, Tony Shaffer. Mr. Chairman, I want to go through some examples of the outrageous actions of the Defense Intelligence Agency with Mr. Shaffer. So, Mr. Shaffer, would you answer some questions for me?
Sir.
In your file, have you received letters of commendation from a number of DIA directors, and name them for me?
Sir, over my 10 years at DIA, I received from Director of DIA, Lieutenant General Pat Hughes, Vice Admiral Tom Wilson, and several of their subordinate officers, to include compliments for my 3 briefings to the Director of Central Intelligence, George Tenet, which I think everybody might note, it's unusual for a junior field officer to brief the Director of Central Intelligence on his personal, on the operations he's running.
Lieutenant Colonel Shaffer, are you not also the recipient of the Bronze Star?
Yes, sir. I received that for my first deployment to Afghanistan in support of both Joint Task Force 180 and Joint Task Force 120.
And how long have you served in the military as an intelligence officer?
As an intelligence officer, approximately 22 years, total about 24 years.
Without going into detail, you were embedded in Afghanistan. Tell us what you can in the unclassified setting of your role there.
The setting, sir, the environment.
What were you doing there?
I was overseeing all of DIA's human intelligence collection operations on the ground going on in Afghanistan during the period I was there.
You were undercover under an assumed name?
That is correct, sir.
But you had been involved with this program you called Able Danger, correct?
That's correct.
And that was authorized by the Chief of the General Staff, General Shelton?
Yes, sir. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs authorized it, yes,
and
sir.
it was carried out by the Commander of Special Forces, General Schoomacher?
Yes, sir.
In the 99-2000 time frame?
That's the beginning of it, yes.
What was the purpose of Able Danger?
As I stated in my testimony earlier, sir, it was to conduct, to first detect, fix by figuring out where they're all located, and then go after, using offensive methodology, the structure of al-Qaeda, not bin Laden himself, but the structure, the al-Qaeda mechanisms, cells, etc.
Who was the commander on the scene of Able Danger, and what was his name?
Sir, General Peter Schoolmaker was Commander of Special Operations Command. Below him was his J3, General, oh goodness.
Who was the day-to-day commander? Navy Intelligence.
The day-to-day oversight of Able Danger was conducted by Captain Scott Philpott. He ran Able Danger day-to-day.
Annapolis grad?
Yes, sir.
Still in the Navy?
Yes, sir.
About ready to take command of one of our destroyers?
The LaSalle, yes, sir.
LaSalle, in a month or so.
Yes, sir.
And he'll be a witness tomorrow, but he is testifying in a closed session because he also has concerns. What did you find out in your work looking at al-Qaeda in January of 2000?
Well, sir, in January 2000, I took a chart that Special Operations Command requested from the Land Information Warfare activity, which linked together the global al-Qaeda structure. Within that chart, I observed, and others subsequent to me did observe as well, Atta, which was one of the primary hijackers of the 9/11 attack. It was that chart which was the basis for the beginning of work of Special Operations Command to look at the global al-Qaeda infrastructure.
Are you aware there are at least 7 other people who testified under oath that they also identified Muhammad Atta?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that.
Both by name and by face.
I'm aware of that fact, yes, sir.
In September of 2000, what did you do because you'd been working with FBI on some other top-secret programs?
I was actually requested by the FBI to conduct a parallel operation which would have assisted them in going after a European-based terrorist group, which they've been since then eradicated. I won't go into here. We attempted, because of my relationship with the FBI special agents on that project, to broker a transfer of information relating to the Able Danger Project from Special Operations Command to WFO, Washington Field Office of the FBI here in Washington.
How many times?
By my count, 3. Twice by my deputy, once by me.
Were the meetings all set up by the FBI?
They were set up with the FBI with the WFO office, which oversees the bin Laden investigation.
Did those meetings take place?
No, they did not.
Why not?
My understanding is they were canceled by the Special Operations Command legal advisors to the command.
So we had information about the Brooklyn cell of al-Qaeda with Muhammad Atta, and we could not transfer it to the FBI.
That's correct.
What has Louis Freeh recently said about that information?
My recollection of his articles in the open press is that his belief that had we, Able Danger team, been able to provide that information regarding Atta and the other members, ostensible members of the Brooklyn cell, he may well have been able to use the FBI to prevent the 9/11 hijackings.
Now, General Shelton has come out and publicly said in a recent article that he actually authorized the creation of Able Danger. Is that correct?
December, yes, sir, he did.
Now, we all, at least I did, supported the creation of the 9/11 Commission. The 9/11 Commission was supposed to look at the details leading up to 9/11. You were on duty in Afghanistan in October of '03. Tell us about who went through Bagram that you were made aware of.
I was made aware of Dr. Philip Zelikow, the chairman, staff director of the 9/11 Commission, and 3 staffers showing up. They put out word. They requested anyone come forward who had information regarding any pre-9/11 intelligence.
And you met with them?
I was authorized by my chain of command, my Army chain of command, to meet with them and provide them a secret-level briefing on a project.
But you made a mistake. What was your mistake?
Well,
you didn't call the folks where?
I notified DIA upon my return to the United States of my discussion of Able Danger and the related intelligence failures.
Were they unhappy?
They didn't say it outright, but the way they responded to me after I told them about the disclosure and the fact that the 9/11 Commission may recall me to testify more was not pleasant.
So when you got back, you tried to meet with the 9/11 commissioners because you met with Zelikow, and what did they say?
I contacted them twice in January of 2004. First time they said, "We remember you. We will ask you to come in. Just stand by." I didn't hear anything back from them for a week. I call again. The second time they said, "We don't need you to come in now. We found all the information we need on Able Danger," unquote.
Now, Colonel Shaffer, in an article that appeared last week, Dr. Zelikow was interviewed, and he was supported in his statement by Senator Bob Kerrey, who was a member of the 9/11 Commission. Have you read that article?
I've read it, sir, yes.
And in there, Dr. Zelikow said he never met you. What do you say that? You're under oath right now.
Yes, sir. I did meet with him. I specifically have a business card he provided me.
Do you have the business card with you?
I do not have it on me this moment.
You'll present that for evidence tomorrow before the Armed Services Committee?
Yes, sir, I will.
Who gave you that business card?
Dr. Philip Zelikow, in a private meeting in Bagram, where he approached me after my briefing on Able Danger and said, "What you've said today is very important. We need to continue this dialogue upon your return to the United States.
Yet Dr. Zelikow is now saying publicly he never met you.
I find it hard to believe, sir, that he could not remember meeting me.
When you came back to Washington, your career started to take a turn for the worst. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. The allegations which we've talked about today were brought up against me.
They pulled your security clearance.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the lengths they went to with this man are unbelievable. Let's talk about the things besides the charge you made. Are you aware of what was told by DOD officials, DIA officials, to Wolf Blitzer and Brian Bennett, both top-rated national reporters? What did they say about you?
Mr. Blitzer, during my stint on his show, the situation, actually told me that DIA or someone in DOD had put out information regarding me having an affair with someone on your staff and related allegations that somehow I was not being honest in presenting the information regarding the 9/11.
Have you ever had an affair with anyone from my staff, male or female?
No, sir, not remotely, any time.
But that was what DIA said.
They were alluding to DIA putting this out. Yes,
and
sir.
you also got a letter from DIA in September taking away permanently your security clearance, correct?
That actually came in November after we appealed, but yes, sir, they did.
And they said you'd never have access to any classified documentation again.
That was the intent, to remove both my top secret and collateral secret clearance, which means I would have no access.
Did you receive a box from DIA several weeks later?
I received a total of 7 boxes from DIA.
What was in those boxes?
Not only was there a GPS, government-owned, $400 GPS and related software, there was a total of 5 classified documents which they had not removed.
So DIA, after telling you your security clearance was removed, sent you 5 classified documents?
According to my understanding, the law is a violation by sending someone classified information via the mail who's not authorized to receive it.
Was there also mail in there from other employees of DIA?
There was a year's worth of mail from some unknown employee to include bank statements and a check.
Was there federal property in there that did not belong to you they sent to you?
As I mentioned, there was a GPS valued over $400. My estimate was there about $600 worth of government material, which is well in advance of the $250 I was accused of wrongly acquiring.
Were there not also a bag of pens, some U.S. government pens in there?
There was a bag of 20 U.S. government pens.
And what had they accused you of publicly that you referred to earlier of having taken, and I believe it was when your father worked for one of our...
U.S. Embassy. Yes, sir.
Your father worked for U.S. Embassy. And what did DIA go to the length to accuse you of?
Of taking government pens while I was 13 years old to use in high school and give them to my friends.
They accused this man of taking government pens when he was 13 years old as a part of their official effort to destroy him. And then they sent him a bag with 20 pens in a box after they removed his security clearance.
Skillcraft pens, clearly marked as U.S. government
Mr. Chairman,
pens.
these agencies are out of control. these things would be humorous, except you're talking about a man's life. How close to you were you to having the benefits taken away from you and your kids?
Within days, sir. As a matter of fact, we thought the paperwork had already moved forward before Undersecretary of Defense England was able to intercede.
Because you did what? What was your crime?
Sir, as far as I can tell so far, based on the fact we've been able to refute the allegations against me, is because I spoke up and tried to tell the truth regarding pre-9/11 intelligence.
Told the truth.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
with that, we'll end on that.
we don't take action, we're all in trouble.
Thank you, sir.
I thank Mr. Weldon for his questions. Thank you for your response.
Thanks, sir.
We gave Mr. Weldon an extra 2 minutes, so he had 12, and Mr. Waxman, you have 12 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your fairness. I don't know if I'll take the full 12, but I do want to pursue some questions, and I want to start with Sergeant Provence. I've gone through your detailed written statement. Your oral statement was fairly brief, and the abuses you reported are really shocking to me. It's also very troubling that the Pentagon's investigation seemed designed to ignore evidence, ignore the evidence that could point to the higher-ups. Let me first ask you about some of the abuses you tried to report. We've heard accounts of detainees being humiliated and forced to wear women's underwear. We've also seen the horrible pictures of detainees stripped naked, wearing hoods, and chained in barbaric positions. This was all at Abu Ghraib. Can you tell us whether interrogators you knew used these techniques?
Yes, sir. Every interrogator I spoke to would confirm these kinds of things. My job as a system administrator at the prison allowed me to speak to various, interrogators and analysts at their workstations. Troubleshooting their computers or setting their computers up. And, from day one, it was a very intriguing operation, and I wanted to know what it was like to be an interrogator and exactly what they were doing.
How common were these practices at Abu Ghraib?
As far as nakedness and the use of dogs and using loud music, starvation and whatnot, those were considered normal. These things were said to me as something they did commonly.
I noticed in your written testimony there are a lot of names of officials whose names were redacted. Were these names of officials who were involved in these practices, and who blacked out these names?
I would have to take that statement by statement, sir, but the Department of Defense had those redacted, sir.
Okay. I have an article here dated May 20th, 2004 from the Sacramento Bee. It quotes General Richard Sanchez denying that he authorized sexual abuse, sleep deprivation, dietary manipulation, the use of dogs, or stress positions. Are you saying that these tactics were authorized?
General Sanchez came to the prison on different occasions, and at the prison, these very measures themselves were put on a sign that it was as big as a billboard inside the Joint Interrogation and Debriefing Center, or JIDIC as it's referred to. And if anybody of any importance came to the prison, the one place they would come is the JIDIC, which was a singular building and not sprawling over the prison. So if there was any, and I know he came to this facility, so if he saw this billboard, which actually clearly states that they would need his approval if used, if he did not approve of them, or if he did not even see them as something to ever approve, I think he would have had a problem with it within that very minute and had this board removed.
Mm-hmm. How big was this billboard?
It was bigger than this television, sir.
And on the billboard it said?
Well, on the left side it had the traditional names of approaches for interrogators that are considered textbook. And then to the right side you had the extra measures, which had to do with the use of dogs and dietary environmental manipulation.
So it was all written out very clearly on a billboard at the facility?
Yes, sir. And not only that, but just as when Red Cross came to visit, and they had seen a lot of the things such as the nakedness that they clearly had disapproval of, I don't see them hiding these things from him more than they did for the Red Cross.
Let me ask you about another abuse. We have press reports about interrogators who use the children of detainees to break the will of their parents. Did you receive any information about cases like this?
Yes, sir, I did. The one interrogation I was a part of involved a 16-year-old son of a general whom they said had already been broken.
An Iraqi general?
Yes, sir. And I was the analyst and security for this interrogation, and just based on the questions alone, as well as his answers to these questions, he had nothing to do with anything directed against American soldiers. So he wasn't a suspect in any way, shape, or form. And the interrogation itself had to do with just asking him things he had heard. So the only crime, as it were, that he may have committed was just being the son of this general. But
what did they do with his son?
Well, as I came to find out, sir, they had originally we were going to interrogate the general, but we were told he had already been broken, and the interrogator was told the reason or how he had been broken was that they had used his son, by splashing cold water on him, and it was very cold at the time itself, and driving him around in the back of a Humvee, placing mud upon him, and then having his father thinking that he's going to see his son, is allowed to see him in the state, and then that is what they said is what broke the general.
Had the child done anything wrong?
No, sir. No, sir. And I actually tried to plead his case because he was in the general population where the MPs had already told me the detainees were raping each other.
Was there any legitimate reason to keep him in prison?
No, sir.
Do you think this practice was repeated with other children?
I don't see why it would not have been, sir. It was spoken to us openly and told him. It wasn't something they were trying to keep quiet about or even said to keep secret.
Were people bragging about using children to break the parents?
No, sir.
They weren't bragging about it, but they commented that they had used children?
Yes, it was just given as an explanation.
Mm. Your testimony has some other examples. A prisoner forced to use an MRE bag as a loincloth, guards having late-night parties with Robitussin and Vivarin pills, and female interrogators who got a thrill out of humiliating male prisoners. What's amazing is that it seems like everybody knew about it. Nobody was surprised when those pictures came out. Is that what you're saying, that people seem to know about these practices?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me turn to your attempts to report these abuses through your chain of command. You were interviewed on May 1st, 2004 by General Fay. In your testimony, you say he didn't want to hear about abuses by military intelligence. What happened when you tried to tell him about the involvement of intelligence officials?
After basically forcing my testimony on him that had nothing to do with his prior questioning, he pulled out my original CID statement from January of '04 and quoted me saying where I was glad that there was an investigation and saying, because of what was going on was shameful at the prison. And after reading this back to me, he then says he's going to recommend administrative action against me. So, the feeling I got, his whole mood and demeanor had changed at this time. And
he was asking you questions about something else, but you volunteered this information because you thought he ought to know about it. Is that right?
Yes, he had only asked about the MPs and the photographs and anything that I had explicitly seen, but I tried to volunteer information that, things that I had heard from, not just rumor, but from the participants themselves. And
so he was doing an investigation about the reports about Abu Ghraib.
Yes.
About reports about prisoner abuse. But when you talked to him about intelligence officials being involved, he reacted in a very negative way.
Yes.
Did he ask questions to find out more?
No, he didn't. He just said, "Tell me what tell me what you've heard." And so I told him, and his assistant documented it, but he didn't ask me anything on what I had said.
What was your impression? Did you think he was trying to keep you quiet?
Yes.
So when you were contacted by the press and asked for your views on the investigation, you went ahead and talked to them. Was the interview with General Fay the tipping point for you? Did it change things in your view?
Yes, it did. By that time, I had I had already tried to tell them what was going on, and I got the impression that they weren't going to act on that. They weren't going to do anything with that, and that anything that I had to say was just going to, be avoided or ignored. And the only persons at that time I felt really wanted to do anything about it was the media. And they had already been wanting to talk to me for quite a while, and that was the only avenue I felt I had.
You didn't see any use in talking to General Fay or other people in the military because they weren't receptive to the information? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
Your security clearance was suspended. Was it suspended for disclosing classified information, or was it suspended for talking to the press about unclassified information?
It was suspended for disobeying the order to not speak about Abu Ghraib to anybody.
Did you reveal any classified information?
No, sir.
Your commanders issued a written order directing you not to talk to the press about what you saw at Abu Ghraib, regardless of whether it was classified or not. But in your statement, you say that you couldn't find anybody else who got an order like that. Why were you the only one who got a written gag order?
Because I think everything I had to say was contrary to what the prosecution was trying to get everyone to, basically the theory is that this was the work of a few bad apples. It's only these MPs and these photographs on this night when these photographs were taken. And, I would say it wasn't just these few people, that it was the whole operation.
Do you know of anybody else who got a gag order?
No, sir.
Let me go back to that article I talked about in the Sacramento Bee from 2004. The story quotes you as reporting abuses, but it also quotes General Sanchez denying that he authorized these tactics. Clearly, General Sanchez didn't receive a gag order like yours. So the bottom line is you can talk about an ongoing investigation as long as you deny wrongdoing, deny that abuses that take place, deny that the abuses were directed by higher-ups. But if you take the opposite view, you're banned for speaking out. Is that a conclusion that one can reach? Because he didn't get a gag order for his reports to the press.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to request the Chair's indulgence for just 30 seconds more to close out this line of questioning. Sergeant Provence flew all the way from Europe to be here today, and I have a short video clip I'd like to play to get his reaction. This is from a speech by General Pace, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, on December 1, 2005. I wonder if we can roll the clip.
So it's incumbent not only on folks like me in Washington, but also on lieutenant colonels and captains and lieutenants and lance corporals and corporals. When they come home, we should be encouraging them inside their local communities to take the opportunity to talk to the local newspapers, to the local Chamber of Commerce, just to be able to answer our fellow citizens' questions as openly and honestly as we can, understanding that PFC Pace's view of the battlefield is different than General Pace's view of the battlefield. But if enough of us are making ourselves available to answer questions publicly, then the American people will have a large enough buffet, so to speak, that they can pick and choose and read and listen and determine for themselves what's really going on. If you remember back when the war first began.
So that clip pretty much illustrated that the general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is urging you and others in the military to come back home and tell people what's really going on in Iraq, but you were singled out and specifically ordered not to do that. So I'd like to ask you, in your personal opinion, do you think the military has adequately investigated the abuses at Abu Ghraib?
No, sir.
Do you think there was a cover-up?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a request of you. I know our staff spoke about this before the hearing, so I wonder if you would be willing to join me in a document request related to Sergeant Provance's testimony today. In my opinion, there are two areas the committee should investigate further. First, I think we should examine some of the substantive reports Sergeant Provance made, particularly regarding the extent to which innocent children were used as part of the interrogation process. And secondly, I think it makes sense to investigate the circumstances surrounding Sergeant Provance's gag order and disciplinary action. I would like to ask you if you would join with me in making a document request on these issues.
Well, first, I will be delighted to work with you on this issue and to make whatever requests we need to. I just want to say to you, Specialist Provance, it takes a tremendous amount of courage with your rank to tell a general what they may not want to hear. People like you will help move our country in the right direction. And so this full committee thanks you for what you've done. If I could just ask this question, because I want to make sure the record's clear so we don't have pushback from the military. When you were meeting with General Fay, you were telling him things he did not ask you. Was he at all inquisitive about the terrible things you were seeing and wanting to learn so that he could hold those accountable who are doing it and to be aggressive in an investigation? That's kind of the thing that I want to make sure we're clear on before you leave.
Are you asking if he was asking me questions about what I was volunteering?
No, I don't want to know about what you were volunteering. I mean, that's important too. What I want to know is you were telling him things that you had seen that he didn't seem to know about. Did he want to know more so that he would be better educated about the things that you knew just in the course of your being there?
No, sir.
Okay.
The only feedback I got was administrative action.
So he seemed more concerned about what you might tell people, not the information that you had that might help him understand the abuses that went on in Abu Ghraib. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Sergeant Provance for his testimony. It takes a great deal of courage, but that's true of all of the witnesses that are here today, and they speak for themselves, but for others as well. And when they do that, when they are whistleblowers, when they come forward and speak truth to power, we ought to be protecting them, especially when they are being discriminated against and losing their jobs, in effect, their ability to get classified information, which is tantamount to reducing them in their stature and ability to continue in their careers. Thank you very much for the extra time.
Thank you. The Chair at this time would recognize Mr. Duncan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for once again calling a hearing on a very, very important topic. Specialist Provance, you said in your testimony that you saw superiors scapegoating young soldiers and also trying to misdirect attention or direct attention away from what was really going on. I just want to get clear on that. What do you mean that superiors, even after some of these abuses came out, they were still trying to deflect attention away or keep doing what they were doing? And secondly, what, to your mind, was the worst example of scapegoating of a young soldier? And I'm not talking about what you thought were the worst abuses of the prisoners, because we've had a lot of publicity about that, but I'm more interested in what in your mind was the worst example that you can think of a scapegoating of a young soldier specifically.
Going to the first part of the question, throughout this whole ordeal, the only people that have been charged or convicted are young soldiers. My own brigade commander was testified as being at the scene of a murder, saying, "I'm not going to go down for this alone," and all he got was an Article 15. Another, an MP, stepped on a detainee's fingers, and he spent time in prison. Maybe that even answers both parts of your question, sir.
Okay. Well, did you see some of these abuses continue even after there had been big worldwide publicity about what was going on?
I was already redeployed back to Germany by the time the scandal had come out, sir.
Based on what you've heard since that time, do you think it's fair or accurate to say, as many people have, that we treat our prisoners better than probably any other country would?
I wouldn't be educated enough to answer that, sir.
You wouldn't think that? Wouldn't know that? All right, thank you very much. Colonel Shaffer, in another subcommittee of this committee, about a year and a half ago, we heard David Walker, who was then the Inspector General of the Defense Department. He's now the head of the GAO. He testified that the Pentagon or the military had lost $9 billion over in Iraq. It just lost it, couldn't account for it at all, and that another $35 billion had been misspent. That's $44 billion with a B.
Yes, sir.
And they came after you and did all this to you for a little less than $250. Is that correct?
That is accurate, sir, yes. And I believe that in the end, when the DOD IG completes their investigation, it'll be found that I was due that money all along.
And have you known of other people in your 24 years in the military that have turned in similar expense accounts or even inflated expense accounts? And do you think it would be an accurate statement to say that if they wanted to, they could come after almost anybody in the military if they really wanted to for a similar type of trumped up charges?
Sir, I have, if I can answer that in general, yes. There have been stories amongst my colleagues of the fact that if they really want to come after you, they're going to find something somewhere. And since I had just completed the command of an operating base, which is essentially a colonel-level responsibility, I had millions of dollars of equipment that I was responsible for. A lot of things can go wrong. I was truly shocked when they came after me for $67 of phone charges, which I would have gladly paid. But the answer is yes. They will look at vouchers. They will look at activities. One of the big things DIA does is go after people for time card fraud. They will try to find a way to trick you into putting in the wrong time, and then come after you on that very issue.
All right, thank you. Mr. German, I had an uncle who many years ago spent a few years as an FBI agent before he became a lawyer and a judge, and he always had tremendous respect for the FBI, as did everybody in our family.
As do I.
But about 3 years ago or so in this committee, we heard testimony, we had a hearing or hearings about the FBI in Boston putting a man who had 4 small children into prison for more than 30 years for a murder that they knew he did not commit because they didn't want to blow the cover of one of their informants. And after I heard all that, which I thought was one of the most horrible abuses I'd ever heard of, I became convinced that a federal bureaucracy can justify or rationalize almost anything. The man did finally get out, but it's just horrible to think of. And you say in your testimony that you had your superiors, high FBI officials, who backdated and falsified and materially altered your records?
Those are actually the findings of the Department of Justice Inspector General.
And
so it's not just my opinion, that's what they found.
Those are really fancier ways, I guess, of saying that they produced lies.
They produced false documents
about you.
And also materially altered, literally took whiteout and altered FBI records to thwart the internal investigation.
Is it fair to say that shocked you?
Absolutely, it shocked me. I mean, like I said, in 14 years in the FBI, I had never come across anything remotely similar to this. And even the original Title III violation was something that, I thought as soon as I reported would be immediately dealt with. And when the supervisor suggested that we were just going to pretend it didn't happen, I was shocked.
Has anything been done to any of these people?
They've been promoted, some of them.
They've been promoted?
Absolutely.
Mr. Tice, when you were hired into the National Security Agency, were you given any guidelines or instructions or any encouragement about reporting waste or fraud or abuse?
Sir, there's a general policy at NSA that you report waste, fraud, and abuse. As far as connecting it with the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act or any whistleblower protection, the answer is no.
All right. Mr. Lavernier, you say you have a quote from a report in your testimony that says at the birth of DOE, the brilliant scientific breakthroughs of the nuclear weapons laboratories came with a troubling record of security administration. 20 years later, virtually every one of its original problems persists. That was a report issued in June of 1999, which is 6.5 years ago, closing in on 7 years. What would you say about that report today?
Well,
would you say it's still accurate, or would you say that a great deal of improvement has occurred in that last 6.5 to 7 years?
In my opinion, the report is still accurate, and more than just my opinion, the independent review that the Department of Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration commissioned, which was chaired by retired Admiral Mize, United States Navy, came out and in its introductory comments referred to the report that you're talking about, the 1999 President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board report, and said that not much had changed from 1999 until May of 2005 when the Mize report was issued. So it's not only my opinion that very little changed, but DOE's own internal independent review of the management structure within the security programs in the department had the same conclusion.
Well, let me, I've got a large number of people waiting on me in my office right now, and they've been there for a while, but I wanted to hear as much of your testimony as I could, and I simply wanted to thank each of you for coming forward to with your testimony, for being witnesses here today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Kucinich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask some questions of Mr. Tice. Mr. Tice, there's been a lot of attention recently focused on a classified NSA program to eavesdrop on American citizens who call or receive calls from overseas. Many of the people in this room would be familiar with a New York Times story of December 15th that says in the first paragraph, months after the September 11th attacks, President Bush secretly authorized the National Security Agency to eavesdrop on Americans and others inside the United States to search for evidence of terrorist activity without the court-approved warrants ordinarily required for domestic spying, according to government officials. And with unanimous consent, I ask to submit this story for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Tice, are you familiar with that story?
I am, sir.
A story that ran on January the 12th out of MTV.com described, says President Bush has defended his orders allowing the NSA to eavesdrop on emails and phone conversations from what he described as a small number of Americans with known ties to al-Qaeda without obtaining proper warrants. Now, everyone agrees that intercepting calls from Osama bin Laden or other al-Qaeda terrorists is a national security priority. But outside the Bush administration, there's a great concern that the NSA program violates the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. The President is here saying that this policy of wiretapping without warrants affects a small number of Americans. based on your understanding of the program, which now is a matter of public record, would you say that statement by the President of the United States that it only affects a small number of Americans is true?
Congressman, I can't specifically say how NSA does its work or not. I could potentially do that in closed session, but
did you say that the number of Americans who might be subject to eavesdropping by the NSA could be in the millions?
I said if a broad brush approach was used in that collection, that it very easily could be in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Yes, sir.
You have been mentioned as a source for the New York Times article that revealed the existence of a secret NSA program, but as I understand it, you didn't work on the program. Is that correct?
No, sir. I did not work on the program specifically.
In your discussions with the New York Times, did you reveal any classified information?
No, I did not, sir.
What did you provide them with?
Technical information that would be possible to gain from any communications specialist in the private sector.
Although you weren't involved in the NSA program, you stated that you were involved in others. You also stated that you have grave concerns about the legitimacy and the legality of these other NSA programs. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. I was involved in what's called special access programs, which are very closely held, that at some point I'd like to talk to Congress about.
Are those considered generally black operations?
We refer to them as black world operations and programs, sir.
Now, we understand that in this particular open setting, Mr. Chairman, that we cannot discuss classified information. But can you characterize generally how important you believe it is for Congress to know about this program and your particular concerns?
Sir, are you referring to the program that the President has already mentioned or some of the other things that specifically I'd like to talk about?
We're talking about either one, but let's get into this. You know, the President talked about one type of program that he maintains as a small-scale program. Comments have been made by you that suggest that maybe there's a program going on that affects millions of Americans. So I guess the question is, we know about one program now. Is it possible that there's other programs out there that could conceivably be affecting millions of Americans with respect to warrantless wiretaps?
Sir, to go into detail would probably put me in underwater here, but I can say that some of the programs that I worked on, I believe, touched on illegalities and unconstitutional activity. As far as connecting with the information we know about the program that's been talked about in the press and ultimately confirmed by the President, I can only make a tertiary connection with what ultimately I'd like to talk about to Congress.
Let me ask you, we know that you have approached Congress about this. You sent a letter to the Intelligence Committee and you made it clear that you wanted to discuss your concerns in a classified setting. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
But the NSA sent a letter blocking you from talking to the Intelligence Committee. Is that right?
They said that the Intelligence Committees were not cleared at the proper security level for what I wanted to tell them.
So the NSA said no members or staff on the Intelligence Committee are authorized to hear what you have to say.
That's correct, sir.
Did they say no members or staff, correct?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Chairman, from our research and from our discussions with other committees and directly with the NSA, we believe that the program Mr. Tice was involved in is not under the Intelligence Committee's jurisdiction at all. In fact, it appears to be under the jurisdiction of the Armed Services Committee, in which case our committee can also have jurisdiction. In one way, this highlights how difficult it is for national security whistleblowers. Mr. Tice is an intelligence official, so he naturally came to the Intelligence Committee. How is he supposed to know the ins and outs of congressional jurisdiction? But as it currently stands today, nobody in Congress has heard Mr. Tice's information, despite his careful and insistent efforts to inform them. Now, Mr. Chairman, you know, given this maze of bureaucracy, I wonder whether or not you would join with me in writing to both the Intelligence Committee and the Armed Armed Services Committee regarding Mr. Tice's case. If they're not willing or able to hear this information, then I believe that we should do so. I mean, we could even subpoena Mr. Tice to compel him to appear in a classified setting. But before we get to that point, I'm just wondering if you'd be willing to join with me in writing to the other committees about
Do I get to write the letter?
Of course.
No, I'm teasing. We had talked about this a bit earlier because it's my understanding that you were told, I know the committee was told, that there are folks in the Armed Services Committee who have clearance to hear about this program, but not the Intelligence Committee. If that, in fact, is true, that is a shocker to me, because I have always believed that the Intelligence Committee trumps all other committees in terms of anything to do with intelligence. And if we're finding now that there are things the Intelligence Committee doesn't know but the Armed Service Committee does, that is a surprise. In theory, this committee has jurisdiction over intelligence as well, and whenever we ask for anyone, for instance, from the CIA to come to testify before this committee, they get a permission slip from the Intelligence Committee saying they don't have to attend. So I am eager to pursue this issue with you, Mr. Kucinich, and we'll pursue it.
I just have a few more points. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was very shocking to many Americans to know that their government was conducting warrantless wiretaps. It's even more shocking to see assertions that eavesdropping by the NSA could be, quote, in the millions if the full range of secret NSA programs is used, unquote. That from a ABC News article by Brian Ross of January 10, 2006, regarding discussions with yourself. Is it your belief that it is an urgent matter relating to the protection of the Constitution of the United States that Congress obtain information to determine the full scope of the eavesdropping going on in this country?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I have NSA's policy in front of me that basically NSA tells its own people, you will not do this. Ultimately, quote, the policy of the USSS, United States Signals Intelligence Service, is to target or collect only foreign communications, unquote.
Do you believe our Constitution is at risk because of widespread wiretapping?
Ultimately, domestically, I have the Fourth Amendment in front of me. The answer is yes, sir.
You have the Fourth Amendment in front of you?
Yes, I do, sir.
You want to read it?
Sure. Quote, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized, unquote.
Do you believe in that Fourth Amendment?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, as an intelligence officer, we're required to raise our hand and swear an oath to protect and support the United States Constitution.
You've taken an oath to support the Constitution of the United States, and am I correct in that it is in that spirit, consistent with the oath that you've taken, that you've approached Congress and asked for an opportunity to meet with members of Congress in a classified session so that you can discuss with them your belief that the Constitution itself is being put at risk with regard to domestic eavesdropping and the scope of it?
Partially, sir. Most of what I want to talk to Congress is not directly related to what you know about right now.
Well, obviously it's not, because it would be in a closed session. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record a number of articles that relate to this case, and I think that it's important that Mr. Tice has come forward. One final question. Has the Justice Department contacted you in connection with its investigation of the leak, so-called leak of information that has resulted in a hunt for those who are responsible with informing the New York Times of this previously clandestine domestic eavesdropping matter?
About 2.5 weeks ago, I was approached by the FBI. They came to my home and they said they wanted to talk to me. Knowing the witch hunt that's going on right now at NSA, I told them that I preferred not to talk to them.
I think that it's, Mr. Chairman, I think that this is a matter that this committee should reserve the right to continue to review, because not only did the American people not know about the eavesdropping going on, but instead of trying to get into the nature of the eavesdropping, the government is going after people who basically were defending the Constitution. This world doesn't have to be upside down, as long as we stand by our obligation to support people like Mr. Tice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Tice, and other members of the panel.
I thank the gentleman. I thank you, Mr. Tice, for your questions and responses, rather. Mr. Dant, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is to all of you, and we'll start, I guess, from the left with Specialist Provence. Were any of you advised of various whistleblower rights upon the commencement of your employment? And start with you, Specialist.
The only thing I've been told regarding me and my testimony is that I was going to be punished for the testimony offered, and then actually being punished itself.
So the answer is no. You were never advised of whistleblower rights upon your enlistment or
that
duties
is correct.
in the military. Thank you. Colonel?
Sir, I stumbled into being a whistleblower. I really had no intent to make disclosures which I thought were of that nature. I was trying to report what I thought were legitimate issues regarding failures. I was first notified of the fact that there was no provisions to cover the disclosure of protected information by the executive director of the House Armed Services Committee when we were discussing this back before I went public in August. And he basically said, we'll do what we can to help protect you, but you're on your own. That was my first, I guess, realization there was nothing there for whistleblowers.
Thank you, Colonel. Mr. Gurman?
No, never.
Actually, no, sir. Although I thought that there was a whistleblower protection law out there that I generally knew about, that ultimately I found out did not apply to the intelligence community. And nor have I ever, in any of my intelligence services, been informed that there existed a intelligence community whistleblower protection act. It wasn't until I talked to the DOD IG that he informed me that such an animal existed.
Thank you.
The answer is no.
My second question is, what improvements would each of you recommend to protect national security whistleblowers, particularly as it relates to security clearances? And I thought maybe we'd start with Colonel Shaffer on that point.
Well, sir, I think one of the biggest things is transparency of process. There's a due process system involved for the clearance process. It's called the whole person concept. Any adjudicator needs to look at your every aspect, good and bad. There's easy ways to bypass that. In my particular instance, the investigations literally excluded all the exculpatory information. My attorney, Mark Zaid, and I reviewed the file. There was not a thing in there about my awards, my accolades, anything else. And it was literally easy for them to stack the deck because there would be no scrutiny of their process. So I think that would be one of the biggest things, is actually putting into the process a way of reviewing the oversight of how clearances are granted, and possibly even doing a must-issue clearance, much like if I could digress to the Second Amendment here for a second, in Northern Virginia. In Virginia, for concealed carry, it's a must-issue policy. If you can't find anything bad about the person, you've got to issue the permit to carry concealed. I think there should be a similar consideration for clearances.
Mr. Gurman?
One of the things I think would be very helpful is having some sort of advocate for the whistleblower, because what happened to me was that it immediately became, all the questions were, what are his motivations for reporting this? And they never would tell me what they thought my motivation was, but the focus became on me as opposed to what the material I reported was. To make clear, in this terrorism investigation, I did no investigation. It was literally FBI Tampa's records conflicting with FBI Tampa's records. The same people were writing two completely opposite things. What happened before my complaint and then what happened afterwards. So I really had nothing to do with it except to point it out. But because they didn't want to react to my complaint, everything became focused on me and I had nowhere to go. I mean, you asked about whether I had been advised of my rights. I was literally in a position of doing my own research on what the whistleblowers' rules were and reporting them to the Office of Professional Responsibility and to the inspectors and to the DOJ Inspector General, to where they didn't even I would have to point out portions of the statute to them that you are supposed to do this. And, so I think if there was somebody who was an advocate, because part of the problem is because you keep complaining when nobody else wants to hear it, you become the problem, as opposed to if I had an advocate who I could report it to and go on with my job. I never wanted to be a whistleblower, like Tony said. I wanted to be an FBI agent, and I wanted to do my job. And the only reason I'm here is because they prevented me from doing my job. And if there was somebody who would take the issue and run with it, then I could go back to doing my job and not be involved anymore.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. One thing I thought was interesting about my particular case was it seemed that the security office at NSA was running the entire situation, no matter where I went, whether it was to the medical board or whether I was putting in a FISA request for my own records to this day, which I've never received my own records from NSA through my FISA request. They were supposed to let me see my own records, but they, of course, denied me that ability. Everything seemed to be run by security. At NSA, even if you work at the General Counsel's office or if you work at the IG, their clearances are controlled by the security office. So ultimately, you have a situation where, in a Hoover-esque style, the security office can literally run roughshod over everyone else in the agency. Also, they keep a database, I call it the DIRT database, on everything that you've ever done in your life, garnered from background investigations and polygraphs. And I believe that information can very easily be used to blackmail anyone who works at NSA into making sure that the will of the security office is ultimately followed. And ultimately, you have to take that blackmail away, that capability away from the security office and make it totally independent. And ultimately, if someone is basically investigating themselves, which is what the DOD IG allowed NSA to do in my case, you're not going to get an unbiased opinion.
Could you repeat that question?
Yeah, the question was, what improvements would you recommend to protect national security whistleblowers, particularly as it relates to security clearances?
Well, I would echo the comments of the Lieutenant Colonel. The Department of Energy has a similar rule. They don't call it the whole person rule, but they say that you're supposed to evaluate all of the information about a person, favorable and unfavorable, and that's codified in the Code of Federal Regulations. And what happened in my case, and what happens in many cases, the personnel security decisions are judgmental. It's someone's judgment about how important a specific characteristic of a person is. And in one context, they'll say that someone that stole 13 pens when they were 13 years old is evidence of dishonesty and therefore should be prevented from getting a security clearance. But in another case, it's overlooked. And there's no precedent, there's no consistent, uniform application of the standards and criteria. And I'm not advocating that we have to come up with some sort of a criteria on how you evaluate every issue, but there needs to be more standardization, and probably the best way to achieve that would be some independent review that you could go to if you felt that you had been singled out for retaliatory purposes. And at least in the Department of Energy, there is no independent review of actions that are taken. You're stuck with their decision, end of story.
Thank you. Specialist?
Well, I do know, sir, that under the current Whistleblowers Act, it does not cover those of us who have spoken to the media. It only refers to such as our chain of command or the Congress itself, which is in my own situation. you may find it a little bit too intimidating, or actually, you'll get punished along the way by doing that. And I would just recommend that more leeway be given to those of us that have spoken to the media under this Whistleblowers Protection Act.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. At this time, Mr. Van Hollen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all the witnesses for testifying. Thank you for your courage in being here. And I do think people listening to these proceedings would be very alarmed at two things. Number one, they'd be alarmed at the kind of abuses that are going on in various agencies, but they're going to be just as alarmed about the lengths to which people in those agencies went to block you from testifying and to retaliate against you, using, of course, taxpayer resources, not just to block the public from knowing what you're going on, but then to really go after each of you to try and discredit you. So I'm very thankful and grateful that you're all here today. Mr. Tice, if I could just ask you, you talked about the procedure you went through at NSA to report your complaint. You first went to the IG, is that right, at DOD? What was the...
Yes, well, the first thing I did is I just happened to know the Deputy Director of NSA personally.
Right.
And 2 days after they took my access to classified information, I just happened to be at an event where he was there, and I asked to talk to him off line, in other words, in private. And I told him what had happened, and his advice to me was, get a private opinion about my being declared paranoid, psychotic, and that, quote, that would take the wind out of their sails, unquote. So ultimately, I did get the second opinion from a private sector psychologist.
But within the government framework, you went to the Defense Department IG, and as I understand, they essentially sent you right back to NSA.
Yes, sir. Ultimately, right? When I didn't hear anything, I waited about 3 months, and I got no response from the Deputy Director. I talked to my supervisor, and he said he took it up the line, and security told him to mind their own business. Then I went to Senator Mikulski, and she helped me out a little bit as far as getting to the IG. And then ultimately I went to the IG, and the IG allowed NSA's IG to do an investigation.
Because I ask you that because I have a couple questions about the process someone would go through with respect to the domestic warrantless wiretapping program. Because under FISA, as we all know, an individual who violates the FISA law can be held criminally liable under that statute. Regardless of what the President's interpretation of the law may be, and I think most lawyers and scholars who have looked at it think that the President's interpretation and legal justification, not security justification, legal justification has been flimsy. And despite that justification, ultimately a court of law may decide whether or not an individual at NSA can be held individually liable for violating FISA. And so if you're an individual at NSA and you are part of the domestic wiretapping program and you look at the FISA law and you read Section 1809A and say, I may be criminally liable under this FISA statute, I have some questions about it, you would turn to who first under the current procedures to say, look, I'm not sure what's going on here, I'm not sure if this is really legal. Who would you turn to first?
Ultimately, I think you're supposed to turn to the NSA IG if you're an NSA employee.
Right. And as I understand the process, as you go through different steps, ultimately, if you were to report this case within NSA, you would ultimately end up back, as you did, where you started, NSA. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In other words, the very people who have made the determination, a legal determination that this is okay, would be making a decision about whether or not your individual conduct was appropriate or not.
Well, supposedly the general counsel at NSA reviewed the decision to spy on Americans. But ironically, when I read the policy of NSA, this policy is drilled into our head as signals intelligence officers. Every signals intelligence officer knows you do not do this unless there's some extraordinary things that happen. Or it could be done inadvertently, and then there's ways to address it from there. But it's drilled into our heads, you know not to do this, And the scuttlebutt that I heard was when during the last presidential election was that there were a lot of folks that thought if Senator Kerry was elected president, that they would ultimately face some legal ramifications. And apparently there was a lot of people wiping their brow when our current president was reelected.
Well, I think what your testimony reveals, and the others, when you're talking about national security issues and issues involving intelligence, the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, there's really no independent evaluator outside of your own particular agency who can make some authoritative decision and override the decision of the agency. And so in the case of the NSA wiretapping, people are sort of at the mercy of a legal interpretation within NSA, however flimsy that may turn out to be. And I can tell you, I think the reason you're seeing some bipartisan grumbling, especially on the Senate side, and hopefully self-respecting members of this body in the House on both sides of the aisle will begin to take a closer look at this. As unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, the Judiciary Committee in the House has refused to have a hearing on this issue to get to the bottom of some of these issues. But let me just turn to Mr. German, if I could, because it sounds like I think the title of this hearing is very apt, The Labyrinth. I mean, you really just got caught up in a Byzantine process. And as I understand your testimony, you essentially, you went to through the immediate chain of command, and then you finally said, I'm going to the IG at the Justice Department. And you got to the Justice Department IG, you told your story, and there was no follow-up. And it's only when they understood you may be going outside the Justice Department itself that you began to get someone to pay attention. Is that right?
Right. I reported it initially through my chain of command. It was then reported to OPR. OPR refused to open an investigation. Then I contacted the IG, who at least said they would interview me. Then OPR wanted to be in the interview, so OPR and IG interviewed me together. Then the inspection division came in and took it away from OPR. And then about a year later, the IG told me they would not pursue an investigation. And only when I demanded it in writing did they then say, well, wait a minute, and then open an investigation. And that was in January of 2004. So that was 2 years after the events in question that they decided that they would open an investigation. Nobody contacted me by March, so I called them, and they said, oh, we haven't assigned it yet. April, they just re-interviewed me for the third time and said, we're going to reevaluate your interview and decide whether to proceed. And that's when I reported to Congress, and I knew that at that point I was like...
That's when you began to get some attention within the Justice Department.
Right. But I also knew that that was time to go.
Time to go. I understand that. Can you talk in your testimony, you make it clear that this saga is continuing. Could you just talk to the committee a little bit about the predicament you're in right now?
Well, my understanding now is that the Inspector General's report now is sent to the Department of Justice Office of Attorney Recruitment and Management, but only 13 pages of the 52-page report are actually submitted. And in order for me to get the witnesses and the documents, I actually have to request depositions and discovery. But now the burden is completely on me, and the fact finder, the independent fact finder, is now my adversary in this proceeding.
So they've turned the tables on you.
Right, and put me back at square one.
What is the nature of the proceeding against you?
My understanding from what they've been able to tell me, which is very difficult, they've been very professional with me, but it's just hard to understand how this is supposed to proceed, because I don't have access to any records. I left the FBI, so I don't have a security clearance anymore, and they say that what I have to do, that it's a de novo procedure, somewhat like an administrative law court, where I have to go in and argue without access to the documents, and if I ask for documents, there's no guarantee that I'll get the documents. I have to ask for depositions to be taken. This is all on my nickel.
So while they're continuing to essentially come after you, let me ask you what's happened to the people where they found actual wrongdoing, because as part of the IG's report, which they finally opened up after all your efforts, they did find that people had falsified documents as part of the investigation you were participating in. Is that right?
Right. They found that documents were backdated and that were actually falsified with whiteout. And as far as I know, all the people involved were receiving regular promotions by the time I left.
I was going to ask you, so to your knowledge, none of them have been held accountable, is that right? In the sense that none of them have received any kind of punishment or sanction for what was admitted wrongdoing in the
Right.
And with respect to the unauthorized wiretapping, and the people who the people involved with that originally denied they did this, is that right?
Right. They denied the meeting was recorded, and took the evidence of that, the tape, and how I found out about it when I saw the official record where they were denying that it was recorded. I had a transcript of the recording, so that was pretty good evidence that it had been recorded. And I provided the transcript to the Inspector General and to FBI's OPR. The unit chief of the Office of Professional Responsibility came in shortly after I provided it in the OPR office and said, I have good news, they found the tape, it's in the supervisor's desk. Well, I knew at that point that this game...
Has any action been taken against that supervisor that you know of?
My understanding is there have been regular promotions.
Right. Now, as an FBI agent, you understood that an unauthorized or illegal wiretapping, that you could have actually, if you had been directly involved with that, that could have meant you could have been held liable for that. Is that right?
Right. It's a violation of federal law for an agent to illegally record a conversation.
And under FISA, just to go back to the point with respect to NSA, under FISA, if you violate FISA, the individual can be held legally liable, and you understood that. Now, another implication of that, of course, is that if you proceed in your case and you take it to court and the defense says, well, this evidence that you're using is the result of an illegal wiretap, you can't use that evidence in court. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. So it could totally destroy your entire case.
Which was my concern in August of 2002, that if we didn't deal with this problem immediately, there was no point in proceeding because the
individuals could run free at the end of the day because of a bungled investigation. Is that right?
Right.
All right. Well, just to close the point, going back to the NSA issue, one of my concerns with respect to the NSA wiretapping is, again, regardless of what the President's interpretation of the law may be, any individuals out there that we may have obtained evidence against them through the warrantless wiretapping, instead of having just gone to the FISA court and gotten a warrant through the regular process, now, if we decide to bring any kind of criminal case against them, may well at the end of the day go free because the decision was made not to go through the lawful process, not to go through the FISA court, which has approved thousands of these warrant arrests. My understanding is they've only rejected a handful, and it seems to me to jeopardize cases that are important to our national security by not following the law appropriately is at the end of the day really going to hurt our security. If we need to change the law, if the FISA process does not adequately protect our ability to gather this information, the obvious approach is for the President to come to the Congress as part of Patriot Act discussions or whatever and ask for a change in the law. And I can tell you, I think the Congress would be very willing to work with the President if he tells us exactly what it is inadequate in the law. But under the current procedures, as you point out in your case, if you don't go through the procedures, at the end of the day, not only could you be liable, but the whole case could get thrown out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Ruppersberger.
Sure. Well, there are a lot of issues here today, and I, again, want to thank you all for coming. And obviously, we have a problem with the whistleblower protection statute. And hopefully, we will, after today's hearing, be able, as the investigative arm of Congress, try to develop some procedure or law to really make it more, make a better program to allow people who have a concern about issues that they're dealing with. And each one of you have your story. I happen to be on the Intelligence Committee, and I represent NSA. Mr. Tice, I'm not sure whether you're my constituent, but a lot of people who work at NSA are actually my constituents also. And my concern about where we're going right now is that, Mr. Tice, I'm going to use you as an example. You have concerns. You said today that you felt that some of your concerns might violate our Constitution. And yet you are having a hard time getting your facts out on the table so Congress, the independent body of the administration, which should be the check and balance, can hear your story. Now, I'm not sure what your story is because I haven't talked to you and I don't have the facts, and we need to get those facts in a classified way. And by the way, I want to acknowledge you, Mr. Tice. I have a copy of a letter sent to you January 9th, 2006, saying, and it's from Renee Seymour, Director, NSA Special Access Program, Central Office. I want to congratulate you in the exercise of your rights. You're acting responsibly to protect sensitive intelligence information. And when you do go to work for NSA, CIA, certain intelligence agencies, you have to sign a document saying that you will maintain the confidentiality of this information that you're working with, which I feel you need to do because we need to protect national security. And we cannot let the bad guys know what we're doing. I mean, we must have that for our national security. But what happens in your scenario? And that's what we have to resolve today, and that's where my question is going to go. I'm going to directly probably talk to you, Mr. Tice. First thing, it's my understanding that you did follow the proper protocol. You went to the Inspector General for NSA. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Now, when you went to you gave your story. You stated your.
I did not tell them about the SAP programs that ultimately I want to talk to
Is that
about.
because you weren't allowed to, or they didn't have the clearance, or what? What I'm trying to do is determine what, as far as an individual such as yourself that is working in a classified area, what do we need to do to allow you to feel comfortable when you feel there's abuse, to get your information to Congress, who is the check and balance between the administration, pursuant to our Constitution?
At that time, I brought up a couple issues that I thought I might want to go to the ICWPA about.
Why don't you explain? I mean, I know this is acronyms, and we have a lot of acronyms in intelligence. Why don't you explain?
The Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act,
okay,
which
right. Of 1978, I believe, or 1998.
I'll take your word for it, sir. But that's
I've got it written down here. It's 1998, so I think that's right.
That was the intent. At that time, I did not bring up the concerns, first of all, because I knew those people would not be cleared. Second of all, because the information is so closely held that I potentially could, I figured, out the programs. And these programs actually are very, beneficial to our citizens as far as their security. So I didn't want to say anything at that time. Something has happened since then that in a classified setting I'd be more than willing to tell you, but it's sort of a barrier that's been lifted from me where ultimately I feel I can tell you now.
Well, let's get to the process. So first thing, the Inspector General did not have the clearance to hear what you had to say to them.
That's correct.
So from in your opinion, do you feel that we need to deal with that issue first? That the person who has information that feels is contrary to what the administration is doing or the policy administration, when you go through your process pursuant to the Whistleblower Act of 1998, you're going to somebody that you really can't tell the story to.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
And ultimately the issue of confidentiality, because once you go to the DOD-IG, you're pretty much putting your career on the line.
Tell people what DOD-IG, Department of Defense,
Department of
Inspector
Defense.
General. Okay.
Inspector General.
Yeah, try not to talk in acronyms. If you
Sorry,
can.
sir.
Okay. All right. So then, and from my point of view, and Mr. Chairman, I think this is a relevant issue, that when we have the Inspector General, and I want to focus on the intelligence area, we have an Inspector General that really is there in a process pursuant to this law, but that Inspector General can't receive the information because it's classified. So we have to work through that. Do you agree?
Yes, sir. Matter of fact, I suggested to the the Department of Defense Inspector General that they gain the proper clearances in the special access programs that I was involved with.
Okay. Now, after you went to the Inspector General, who can't hear what you have to say, then what happened?
From that point, the Department of Defense Inspector General sent my case down to National Security Agency's Inspector General to investigate it. But we're talking about the case of ultimately my being fired and the false,
When did that occur? When did you get into that realm? When you said you had information you wanted to give, you went to the Inspector General, but not the Inspector General of NSA, just the Inspector General of the DOD.
That's correct, sir. That would have been, the time frame would have been, I do believe, in the spring and summer of 2004.
Okay, well, when did you feel that you all of a sudden went from a status of an employee who had a problem with a program that you wanted to raise the issue about to the fact that you were now maybe in trouble because you wanted to say something? When did that occur? And what event triggered that?
Well, the initial retaliation was because of a suspicion of a coworker involved in espionage, and we're sort of talking apples and oranges. If you're referring to, my wanting to talk to you about some possible illegalities in a SAP program, that didn't come till much later.
Okay. Now, when you went to the Inspector General of NSA, was that person able to receive the information that you had?
No, sir, they were not cleared.
Because they were not cleared also. So, again, you have somebody in the system that the system isn't working because that person can't hear your information. Then what occurred after that?
After I went to the Department of Defense?
After the NSA Inspector General.
In relation to the retaliation for the espionage suspicion, after that I was just put in limbo and waited.
And that's where you are now?
Well, I'm fired now, or they say removed. They revoked my security clearance because of my supposed mental state of.
Well, are you still an employee? Are you getting paid?
No, sir. I'm.
Okay. What's your status then?
I'm getting unemployed, former intelligence analyst.
Okay. Now, let's get to the NSA, and it's been raised here before about the issue of the NSA and the program that's getting a lot of publicity. To begin with, when you look at the history of our country, we left the King of England, and we wanted to create strong states' rights. Realizing that we couldn't deal internationally that way, our forefathers created a constitution. And one of the most important aspects of that constitution is checks and balances. And when, in fact, the administration does not understand or does not want to follow the checks and balances, it seems to me that we have problems. My concern with your issue, or anyone that works at NSA, is that you need, or anybody at this table, you need to know what the law and the rules are. You should not have to worry about interpreting anything. If you have an issue and you're a citizen of this country and you work in a classified area or it's very important and you think something is wrong, you should have the ability, without the threat of reprisals, to be able to have a system to go to somebody in authority who looks at that system. And it seems to me that that's broken. Does everyone here feel that way? Now, getting back to the issue of intelligence. First thing, I've heard you got some pretty tough questions, some of the members in this panel, and as a member of the Intelligence Committee, I think you've handled yourself well here today. But when you're talking about a system, you also have to have a system that's going to work on all sides. Because, let me give you an example. We have 21 members on the House Select Intelligence Committee. It's very important that if we had a complaint from every employee in the Department of Defense, and in NSA, CIA, we would be hearing complaints all day. So we need to have a system that makes sure that the administration of those agencies is able to vet and able to make sure that if something's going to come before us, that it has been vetted, meaning looked at, reviewed, whatever, or we would be sitting there hearing complaints all day. And I'm not sure if NSA, and I want your opinion, feels that what you have is not relevant, or why it shouldn't come before us, or do you feel that there's some other motive to that in that regard?
I think that the information I want to bring forward, they feel that if it comes out would be possibly as explosive of what you already know, and ultimately they don't want anyone to know that.
But there are two concerns here. We can talk about what we need to do here with whistleblowers, and we need to make sure that we follow our Constitution. We've sworn an oath to do that. But we also have to make sure that we protect our national security, that we protect ourselves from terrorist attacks. And it's very important that classified information not get out, but that we have a system from within to make sure that people like me, that's my job on the Intelligence Committee. And I'm concerned about the whole NSA issue because I still don't know, whatever the administration did, whether they were justified in doing it, because we haven't been able to hear the facts yet. We heard a little, but not much, not what we should. So how can you make a determination on any issue whatsoever, whether it's your issue or the NSA issue that's out there, unless we hear the facts? And our Intelligence Committee, both in the Senate and the House, were set up because it's classified hearings to find out what that issue is. And right now, that isn't working. And this issue is not going to go away. I would hope the administration would come forward, give us the facts, and let us make the determination, because believe me, I don't know anybody on our committee, whether they're right-wing, left-wing, Republican, or Democrat, that's not going to give the tools to our intelligence agencies to protect our country from another terrorist attack. But it's got to be done pursuant to the law. Now, let's get back to your situation. We've had a lot of testimony is anyone on the panel, but I want to focus into the intelligence arena. When you have information that really can't get out because it could protect national security, but yet you feel that it is a violation of our Constitution, how would you want to see this structured? I've gotten out of you here today that the Inspector General issue is a major issue, that's not getting anywhere. And it seems to me that we need to get somebody who's fully cleared to be able to hear information like this, and then take that information and then evaluate it and vet it and to make sure that the person is not a disgruntled employee, someone who's bitter or mad or whatever, but an American who says, I don't believe this is right, and I should have the ability to go to my superiors and lay this out on the table and let it be analyzed. And if it's that serious, to get to the Congress, who are the check and balance between the administration and your department.
As far as a suggestion, sure, if we had some sort of panel of, say, former retired intelligence professionals that had nothing to do ultimately with their paychecks or in an augmented fashion coming from the agencies that they formerly worked with, and cleared them at even up to the special access program level, where independently they could look at something like this and deal with it in a very small group and drawing from their own experiences as former intelligence analysts or officers or agents or whatever, then I think that independence would sort of...
And are you saying they should be in the Inspector General role, or after the, like appealing from Inspector General to that group?
I would think they'd be totally devoid of any connection with the Inspector General.
Okay. Anybody else have any suggestions?
Sir, respectfully, I think that there may be some merit to assigning the overall Inspector General function to the Congress and consolidating all Inspector Generals under that oversight, and then allowing for mechanisms to be created where you can make protected disclosures and let it be sorted through. Part of the process I think all of us have gone through is there was no objective reflection on what we were saying, plus the bureaucrats who were hearing it had their own motives to protect their own equities. That is to say that there was no motive, no benefit to them directly by supporting what we were saying. And as a matter of fact, it was the contrary, because it showed wrongdoing on their part. They didn't want to hear it. So it's very important to have...
That's a very interesting point. And there also is a lot of protection of turf in all agencies,
yes,
wherever it is.
I'd like to reinforce that, because one of the problems with just writing a new law is, as my case demonstrates, the FBI isn't following the law. There's a law against an FBI manager taking out a can of whiteout and covering up FBI documents. But why was this person so comfortable in doing that in such a crude way? Was because he knew nobody would look, and that there was nobody looking over his shoulder. So if there was someone outside the agency, the Congress, I think it requires oversight.
I hate to say this, and this is part of what we have to do in Congress, but my time is up. Mr. Tice, I hope that we can resolve somehow your issue, and also it's important, I think, to make sure that they look at you and all of you here. I hear your story, Mr. German. From what I hear, I don't like what I hear, but I don't have enough time to get into it. But I would hope, Mr. Tice, that your issue is not completed, and I'm going to do what I can to see where it is. Now, I don't know you. I don't know your background. I don't know what you have to tell me, because you can't tell me right now. But it's a case study that we need to look at to protect other employees in other intelligence agencies who feel there's a violation of the Constitution, who are patriotic Americans, but they feel that at least their issue should be heard without feeling there's a reprisal, and you want to feel secure to come forward. It's like it's been said, yes, men are dangerous sometimes, and you need to get all the facts out on the table. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. I'll close up with my time now from Mr. Weldon. This committee has looked at three areas. We looked at the issue of overclassification, and sitting at that desk, we've had a DOD representative who said that, in her judgment, over 50% of what we classify shouldn't be classified. It should be available. And so that's one issue we look at, and it relates to, I think, really what all of you are wrestling with. Sometimes we see classification simply to prevent someone from being embarrassed. And then we have this concept of sensitive but unclassified, which technically isn't classified, but it's sensitive and can't be shared with anyone, or another term for official use only, which isn't classified, but, you know, what does that mean? So, I mean, we need, as a country, to wrestle with this big time. And I suspect that some information would be available to the public that would be helpful for the public to know and not in any way endanger our country, and in fact help others who work in other parts of the government know information that they couldn't see because it was classified. But had it not been classified, it would help them do their job better. Another issue is that we're looking at the Civil Liberties Boards, the board that really is not working properly, isn't funded, and seeing if we can take the 9/11 Commission recommendation, which is to have a Civil Liberties Board that would be presidential appointed, Senate approved, subpoena power, and an individual in each of the agencies that would see when things are not going well. And I would think we would maybe tie that to the whistleblower. And the third thing is we're looking at the whistleblower protection. It doesn't work as well as we want throughout the government, and it works pathetically in my judgment, in part based on your testimony. And your testimony, all of your testimony has been very helpful. But the whistleblower protection is not working, in our judgment, in the intelligence side. What I want to do, though, is my first inclination is to be asking all the sympathetic questions that allow you to talk about how you have not been treated well. But I just need, for the record, and I hope you understand, what I'm wrestling with is we can't allow everyone, anytime they think something should be public that they think is wrong, to go public. There would be chaos. We would endanger individuals in our government. Forget embarrass people. I could care less about that. We would endanger them, and we would put our nation at risk. So there has to be a process that doesn't allow you, Mr. Tice, to come in and say whatever the hell you want here. And I think you know that. It's very... You obviously get our attention when you say publicly there are things that you want to share that you think are wrong that's going in the government. And we need to follow up on that, and you need to speak out about it. But just take the whole issue of the NSA and wiretap. There were 8 members of Congress who were told, and not one of the 8 members of Congress, not one, said this is wrong, illegal, and it has to stop. There was one member who voiced reservation, and there was another member who had concerns about other things that were happening the administration was doing and tried to tie that into a reservation about the NSA, and it wasn't connected. And so Congress has truly failed as well. I mean, so what I want you each to do is to tell me, first off, Special Province, I am deeply touched by your testimony because I feel you had to confront the most powerful, and you gave them testimony. You shared information with a superior officer who didn't want to know what you wanted to tell him. He wanted to know what you were going to tell others. What is available to you to share information with a superior when you see illegal acts? What do you think is available to you? Are you supposed to go to the next person in line, or can you jump up to a general?
You are supposed to go through your chain of command, which begins at your company, and you're told if it's not handled, you go to the next available commander, which would be battalion. If
Right. Okay,
it goes up the chain of command, and then once you've exhausted the chain of command, you are to go to the inspector general, and that's pretty much where it's supposed to end, sir.
And how do you make contact with the inspector general?
I mean, it would depend on where you're at, sir, but generally it's a matter of either visiting their office or calling them on the telephone.
But if you're in Abu Ghraib, there's no inspector general walking around.
No, sir.
See, I've been to Iraq 11 times, and I've had pushback from the Department of Defense at least 5 of those 11 times. And my view is if one member of Congress had showed up at Abu Ghraib, how many members of Congress did you see show up at Abu Ghraib?
I didn't see any, sir.
Yeah. 0, right? If you had, probably what would happen is a member of Congress would have come by, you would have said, I don't know the first damn thing about guarding, I'm not saying you, but someone there, guarding prisoners, I'm a cook. And then they would have probably said, terrible things are happening, you need to check it out. And we could have nipped it in the bud, found out what was happening, and we didn't do our job. And that was Congress simply not out there and available. But there really is no inspector general when you're in Abu Ghraib, correct?
That's right, sir.
Yeah. Lieutenant, Colonel, what's the process? Any change in what?
No, I think the obvious answer is always approach your chain of command, and then I think if you don't get satisfaction, you have to find another outlet. I'll just use my story as an example. Right after 9/11, the attacks, as a matter of fact, sir, you were part of the solution, as I understood it, because you and others were made aware of some of the work we had done on Able Danger. You and Congressman Weldon, I believe Congressman Dan Burton, all were involved in reviewing it. I figured when I was told that, my work is done, I have nothing to say. It wasn't until I come to find later, after I disclosed my information to the 9/11 Commission, that no one had really taken interest in it, and then subsequent to that...
I mean, since the people we shared it with didn't take interest.
Right, exactly. And I didn't know till later that, and when I talked to Dr. Zelikow, that they had not heard about Able Danger. I mean, think about it for a second. I'm a major deployed undercover in a combat situation telling the chairman of the 9/11 staff director for the first time about Able Danger, when obviously now we know other officers more senior than me knew about it.
Okay, so how would you define the difference with our specialists is that you saw illegal acts, correct?
I was told about illegal acts.
Okay, this is the interesting part. If the general were to come, General Fay was to come before us, he would probably say to us, he didn't have first-hand knowledge. But what it should have said to him is, he needed to immediately send people and investigate.
Yes.
Yeah, and your testimony to us is that there appeared to be no interest in doing that.
That's correct.
Right, but you heard illegal acts and you reported them as you should have. In your case, it's not an illegal act. How would you define your need to blow the whistle?
I would say, in some cases, misuse of government resources and capabilities regarding pre-9/11 intelligence, failure to share information, and then after the fact, failure to adequately investigate those failures as part of the 9/11 investigation. And then my last disclosure to Congress itself, sir, which came May of last year, I assumed up until May of last year that there was a classified annex to the 9/11 report where Able Danger and other classified projects were listed. I come to find that did not exist, and therefore I was asked to come forward with the information.
In the case of all of you, and I need a yes from each of you, you each have left the government. Who is still gainfully employed in the area they were in?
Well, I'm still being paid by DIA as a GS-14, pending the outcome of whatever DOD investigation occurs.
I still haven't received my clearance back or any official word as far as where it stands, and so the only thing I've been doing since being demoted is picking up trash and guard duty and things of that nature.
Since being demoted, it's amazing. Mr. Chairman?
I resigned from the FBI.
Now, in your case, you saw illegal acts.
Right.
Yeah. And it's your testimony that those illegal acts are known by your superiors, including the director himself, the former director.
Yes, I reported it directly to the director.
Yeah. And you were not thanked, clearly.
No.
Okay. Mr. Tice?
I had my security clearance permanently revoked because of the so-called mental illness, and ultimately was removed in May of last year.
Mr. Lavernier?
I'm currently retired, but when I made the disclosure of the unclassified, non-sensitive, unmarked document, not official use only, not sensitive, not anything, they stated that it was a sensitive document, and that's why they took my clearance.
Well,
and then I spent 5 years doing other administrative tasks.
I mean this somewhat facetiously, but you should be a member of Congress, because we did exactly what you did. We toured a few facilities. We saw the review. We thought it was an amazing failure to deal with reality. And reality was they didn't need to get in and out. They only needed to get in. In our case, we were able to change the policy. In your case, you were saying maybe before us the very thing we were saying, and you were punished.
And it still exists today. I mean, the technical term in the Department of Energy is recapture and recovery. The layman's term is the terrorist suicidal and willing to stay in? But the Admiral Mize report, 6 months old, said, quote, the recapture recovery program in the Department of Energy is virtually non-existent.
So let me tell each of you that we will personally be trying to deal with your personal cases. We, as a committee, will be trying to deal with your personal cases. We will ask for a full review for all of you that have suffered in any way for speaking out. So that is, frankly, my first interest, to deal with each of your circumstances. But secondly, I think we know the system is broken. Ms. Sharon Watkins was a whistleblower at Enron, but she was almost like national security. She only blew the whistle internally. And when she spoke to Ken Lay and others, they said, great, they said, we'll check it out. And they asked the head of the law firm that they had hired and made $23 million a year doing these corrupt things to do the investigation. There was really, she never went beyond that, to our knowledge. And the sad thing is, the end result of what happened to Enron, what happened to Arthur Andersen, what happened to our economy in the process. You've been asked lots of questions today. We thank you for your responses. I'm going to ask you to do one other thing. I'm going to ask each of you to give us a written document of how you think the system could be improved. What we need to, if some of you had it in your testimony mixed in with other information, the only thing we'd like in your document is what you think we need to do to have the system work. And it does seem to me inherent in that is there has to be someone you can go to outside the agency. Otherwise, you're like Sharon Watkins. You're telling Ken Lay he's got a problem. And Ken Lay already knows it, sadly. Is there anything any of you would like to put on the record? Some closing comments, something you had prepared for that you wished we should have asked, wished we had asked and we didn't. Anything you want to put on the record? We'd like that now. Okay. Gentlemen, thank you for your service to your agencies. Thank you for your service to your country. Thank you for helping us in Congress to try to sort this out. Our next panel is Mark Zaid from Washington, District of Columbia. Our Ms. Beth Daly, Senior Investigator, Project on Government Oversight, referred to as POGO. Tom Devine, Legal Director, General Government Accountability Project. And Dr. William G. Weaver, National Security Whistleblowers Coalition. The hearing is still going on. We need people to sit. We need our next witnesses, and there'll be no talking, please. Is Dr. Weaver here? Has he been here before? Anybody know?
Yes. He's here.
If you'd all stand, please. Stay standing, please. Raising your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before the subcommittee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Note for the record, our witnesses have responded in the affirmative. I thank you all for listening to the first panel. I'd like to thank our Inspector Generals who have been here for the first panel and now the second panel. I'd like to thank them as well for waiting to be the third panel. We will now hear from you, Mr. Zaid. Check that mic.
There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members. It's a pleasure to testify once again before this distinguished subcommittee. While I know that the members of the subcommittee personally view this topic with great seriousness, it is long overdue that Congress exercises its full weight to create adequate protections for national security whistleblowers, as well as anyone who falls victim to a security clearance process that is rife with abuse. I applaud your interest and your efforts, but this hearing must be considered only the first step. I've been representing whistleblowers and defending security clearance cases for more than 10 years now. The need for whistleblowers, especially those from within the tight-lipped national security community, is now of even greater importance in the wake of 9/11, as well as due to the ever-increasing tug-of-war between the need to protect national security at the potential expense of our valued civil liberties. The security clearance has grown to become a valuable commodity. It's no longer viewed as simply a requirement of certain federal employment. It could lead to wealth and power, but at the same time it can be used to open doors, it can be used to ruin lives, particularly against those within the intelligence community who have known nothing else during their careers but a covert environment. For one thing, as was mentioned, loss of a clearance will result in loss of employment. Moreover, for many in the intelligence community, loss of a clearance effectively precludes them from finding any work in their chosen field. To them, an active security clearance represents their life, plain and simple. Thus, it is far more than subtle retaliation. Retaliation against whistleblowers is common and takes many forms, whether you have a clearance or not. For those who do hold a clearance, one manifestation is either suspension, denial, or revocation. Additional statutory amendments are required, and my esteemed colleagues on the panel will no doubt specifically address that aspect. What I'd like to do is talk about what generally needs to be done in the security clearance field, because to correct some of those general problems, we'll address some of the specific ones for whistleblowers. More than 2 million people hold security clearances. The number of those who ultimately become whistleblowers is few. Indeed, the number will be statistically insignificant. Yet any one of those millions of people who hold a clearance face the possibility that the clearance, which is designed to act as a shield to protect the national security interests of the U.S., will be used as a sword against them for malicious, frivolous, unjustifiable, or inappropriate reasons. While the vast majority of those holding clearances will never find themselves in that predicament, those that do will find themselves facing a hostile environment that can at times be rife with vindictiveness and retaliatory behavior. Unfortunately, it is virtually impossible to prove that an adverse clearance decision was initiated based solely on a whistleblower's activities. To be sure, the initiation of proceedings, as well as the timing, can often be at least circumstantially tied to the whistleblower's status, but the actual suspension or revocation will typically have, at least arguably, a justifiable independent basis. There are so many regulations that federal employees run afoul in the common course of their business, as well as the existence of generic catch-alls within the security framework, that it is not at all difficult to target someone's clearance and achieve the intended objective of removal. In fact, the various security agencies, or security offices within the agencies, will not care as to the manner or motive that led the allegations to come to their attention, as they are viewed as generally irrelevant. It is not an available defense in responding to security allegations that the person who filed the allegation was retaliating against you, or that the motivating factor was whistleblowing activity. The only thing that matters is the accuracy of the allegation, not the source, not the motive. Executive Order 12968, issued by President Clinton in '95, created the current framework for the granting, denial, or revocation of security clearances. It talks about, as was said, the whole person concept. That's bad and good. And the ultimate determination is one of common sense. Obtaining a favorable resolution to a clearance appeal is generally more based on demonstrating mitigation circumstances or mitigating factors rather than necessarily refuting the actual allegations. In my written testimony, I've detailed some of the numerous problems that occur typically across the board at different agencies. Very quickly, they include significant delays, unpaid suspensions during the clearance process, which you can imagine the problems that adds when someone's on unpaid leave for 1 year pending an adjudication. Refusal to transfer existing clearances from one agency to the next as a means of retaliation. There are others that I list. I've also detailed several examples of security clearance cases I've handled, both favorable and unfavorable, at various agencies, that show you the types of circumstances that will occur. In closing, what I'd like to do is just give you a few specific recommendations. And I've detailed them in my written testimony. I'll just say a couple here. One would be to create an independent body where outside of the federal agency involved. That could also be the federal judiciary. Right now, Supreme Court case precludes any federal court from hearing a substantive security clearance appeal, no matter whether, even if it's based on discrimination, if it goes to the heart of the substantive allegations, unless you are challenging procedural inefficiencies or a constitutional violation, both of which are extremely difficult to prove and, frankly, very rarely happen, then you have no recourse in the federal judiciary whatsoever. Most judges will claim, based on Egan, that they don't have the capability, whether knowledge or ability, under jurisdiction to hear a case. Yet you have administrative judges under Article 1 who hear national security clearance cases every day at the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy. I can't imagine an Article 3 judge cannot do the same. Require all federal agencies to audio tape the security interviews and the polygraph sessions. Many of these cases come down to who said what and how exactly in the context did they say it. Also, legislate additional protections into the system to include the release of information. Right now, many agencies will withhold even unclassified information, and more so, allow attorneys to be able to take part in that process more so than today. In the testimony, I detailed the numerous attempts and efforts, mostly successful, where agencies have blocked me, despite my having access, authorized access to classified information, from possessing information that would help me represent my client, even if the information is at the same clearance level that I've allegedly been granted access to. Those are but just some of the examples I would hope you would consider. I thank you for your opportunity. I can answer any additional questions or comments during the Q&A.
Just to clarify, do you say that you are given clearance in the process of representing a client?
It will vary from agency to agency. It's not necessary in many cases, but for example, many of my clients are covert employees of the CIA or the DIA, and the very fact of their relationship to that agency
So is there a
itself.
background check done to you? I mean, are you treated almost as if you were a federal employee that has a background check?
No, in fact, that has been one of the problems as we try and argue that the executive order or internal regulations apply. The agencies will say, no, you're not an employee. What happens is, essentially, we're granted interim secret clearances. The CIA likes to call it limited security access approval, which is a term that doesn't exist anywhere. And they will just do what's called a NAC, a national agency check. Do you have a criminal record? Does any other agency have derogatory information about you? And you may have to sign a non-disclosure secrecy agreement. I've only had one background check conducted on me, and that was because a federal district judge ordered the CIA, DIA, and DOD to conduct it through the Department of Justice when they refused to grant me access to a classified manuscript.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Daly.
Thank you, Chairman Shays. We really appreciate that you're having this hearing today, and I also want to thank you for taking leadership and a personal interest in the whistleblowers who've testified today. I think we've all learned quite a bit from them. I know I have. I'm pleased to be here today to offer the Project on Government Oversight's thoughts on the current situation with regard to national security whistleblowers. In response to recent national news stories, many government officials have decried the leaking of classified information to the press. POGO shares some of these concerns. However, our organization is much more concerned that criminal leak investigations and prosecutions will harm our government over the long run by chilling criticism and scrutiny of potentially illegal or unethical activity. The larger goal of preserving our constitutional system of checks and balances will undoubtedly suffer. Ideally, leaks of information to the news media would never happen. I think that's a sentiment that we all share. Unfortunately, we're living in an extremely imperfect world with regard to national security whistleblowers who want to expose corruption, incompetence, illegal activities. What drives whistleblowers to disclose classified information to the press and to the public? We suspect an important reason lies in the fact that we've failed. This government and this country have failed to create effective whistleblower protection programs. All indications show that we have more whistleblowers coming forward since 9/11, perhaps as much as 50% more annually. Less clear is whether we are hearing what they have to say. Since the September 11th attacks, our government has increasingly expanded the cloak of secrecy, which keeps its activities hidden from the public. In some cases, this increased secrecy was warranted in response to the new threats that we face. However, in many cases, the secrecy is being created in order to take an agency's activities out of the public domain, where they will be held accountable by the Congress, by watchdog organizations, by whistleblowers. Those who retaliate against whistleblowers are rarely held accountable for their action. Even when a whistleblower is right, and we've seen this time and time again, they are rarely compensated for the loss of their job, their income, or their security clearance. As a result, there are few incentives for employees to come forward. In the past week, policymakers have asserted that the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act effectively protects whistleblowers. In fact, the Act gives false information, or in fact, this information is false. The Act fails to give employees the right to challenge retaliation, and it even fails to say that reprisals against whistleblowers will not be tolerated. As a result, the Pentagon's Inspector General itself today has deemed the title of the Act a misnomer. You are hearing important and compelling stories today. The fact that a new National Security Whistleblowers Coalition has been organized is the best evidence that change is urgently needed. But let me give you just one more example of another whistleblower. During the late 1980s, Richard Barlow worked in the CIA and the Pentagon, and he uncovered A.Q. Khan's efforts to move Pakistan's nuclear weapons program forward. Mr. Barlow raised concerns internally about lies to Congress concerning Pakistan's nuclear programs. He didn't even go to Congress, but he expressed concerns about the lies that were being told to Congress. And by merely suggesting that Congress should be told the truth, Mr. Barlow's stellar career was over. His security clearance was revoked. He suffered years of retaliatory investigations. His career was in tatters. For over 15 years, he sought help to reverse the damage done by this retaliation. And there's good reason to believe that if the government had heeded Mr. Barlow's warnings about Pakistan and its proliferation activities, we wouldn't be at the place that we are right now with regard to Iran and its emerging nuclear weapons program. For the past year, the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee has been considering whether or not to grant Mr. Barlow his retirement. But despite appeals from former high-level officials who saw firsthand what happened to Mr. Barlow, the Senate has failed to act. If members of the Congress and the executive branch really are committed to stemming the leaks of classified information to the news media, they will do much more than launch witch hunts to root out leakers. They will create safe, legal, and discreet ways for national security whistleblowers to voice their concerns. In particular, Congress needs to address the issue of security clearance retaliation. Employees should be given the opportunity to have a fair hearing by an impartial body that can rule on whether a security clearance revocation is retaliatory and require its restoration if needed. In addition, laws like the Lloyd-LaFollette Act, which protect disclosures to the Congress by government employees, are toothless without enforcement. Other reforms that we make are included in our Homeland and National Security Whistleblowers Protections Report, which I've requested be submitted in the record. I want to note that earlier today when I was watching the questioning from the members of Congress, I was struck by the fact that none of the whistleblowers here at the panel had ever been told what their whistleblower protections were, and yet under Representative Van Hollen's questioning, it was clear that everyone knew what a criminal violation of the FISA Act was. Criminal laws are taken very seriously by the executive branch. And so if it became a crime to retaliate against whistleblowers, I bet everybody would know about it and pay a lot closer attention to it. And yet that's something that's never been done. So I encourage you to consider that option. And I know that several members of Congress are putting forward proposals in that regard. I should also say that the Inspector Generals have been a mixed bag. There was a lot of questioning today about the Inspectors General. What wasn't made clear is that it is very dangerous to go to the Inspectors General. There are leaks that happen from the Inspectors General to the agencies, and so many employees realize that by going to an inspector general, they could be exposed within their agency and face retaliation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Devine.
Thank you for inviting my testimony, and thanks for the first congressional hearings in over a decade on the threat to national security whistleblowers from security clearance retaliation.
Is that both the House and Senate, or just the House?
I'm sorry,
Is
sir?
that both the House and Senate? We haven't had. Are you saying that this is the first in 12 years in either the House or Senate, or in the House?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
And both chambers?
Both House and the Senate. This forum is the last step necessary for a congressional consensus on closing the security clearance loophole in the Whistleblower Protection Act. That reform is essential for America's national security by giving whistleblowers genuine legal rights against the most common form of harassment against those who challenge security breaches. Yank the whistleblower's security clearance or otherwise block access to classified information necessary to continue catching the security breaches. There are two reasons why these actions are the harassment of choice. First, the consequences are much uglier and destructive than mere termination. Revocation brands the employee who had attempted to challenge security breaches as untrustworthy, and the whistleblower likely will be blacklisted for the rest of his or her professional life with a presumed scarlet T for potential traitor on his or her professional chest. Second, bureaucratic bullies get a free ride when they engage in clearance retaliation. For all practical purposes, the only limit to abuse of power is self-restraint by those considering security clearances as a weapon to retaliate. This reform should be non-controversial. In response to the 1990s House hearings, the House unanimously closed the security clearance loophole to the Whistleblower Protection Act in 1994. And Chairman Davis has not opposed an analogous provision which has unanimously been approved by the Senate Government Affairs Committee 3 times, most recently in S-494. It was included in Congressman Platt's initial version of H.R. 1317. He just said that we need a GAO study to perfect the record. This hearing is a far superior substitute. Based on experience representing over 100 national security whistleblowers, GAP's primary lesson learned is that abuses of secrecy enforced by repression are a severe threat to national security because they cover up bureaucratic negligence that sustains unnecessary vulnerability to terrorism. I don't think there's any need to pile on the earlier testimony today why national security whistleblowers are America's modern Paul Reveres. They're exercising the freedom to warn, and our nation is less safe from silencing the warnings of these frontline professionals before and since 9/11 about not being prepared for terrorist and natural disasters at our airports, our nuclear facilities, our ports, our coasts, our borders. What are the obstacles to national security whistleblowers surviving professionally and making a difference at the same time? The bottom line for employees trying to exercise their rights against security clearance retaliation is that Kafka's The Trial is not just a 20th century novel. It's the 21st century reality for national security whistleblowers seeking justice. That is a strong conclusion, but it is based on fact. Consider the following barriers. First, contempt for anti-secrecy laws. As heard, agencies openly discipline and yank the security clearances of whistleblowers by accusing them of unclassified disclosures shielded on paper under the Whistleblower Protection Act. Second, noncompliance with the anti-gag statute. As a rule, agencies disregard this law unanimously passed by Congress for the last 17 years that bans spending on agency gag orders that to attempt to cancel the Whistleblower Protection Act and other good government laws. This has even spread to Congressional Research Service staff, such as Mr. Lou Fisher, evaluating the effectiveness of national security whistleblower laws, as well as to climate change scientists like Dr. James Hansen at NASA, trying to prevent national security threats from natural disasters. Third, Systematic conflicts of interest in enforcement of paper rights. Agency officials have and abuse unchecked authority to yank the clearances of those who blow the whistle against them. This occurred when whistleblowers challenged nuclear weapons security breakdowns. It occurred recently involving lax monitoring of leaks from 500 tons of chemical agents. You can get more information on that case study from Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility, representing the whistleblowers. Internal review boards to police anti-retaliation rights are honor systems. The agency that normally would be the institutional defendant instead is acting as the judge and jury of its own alleged misconduct. In reality, whistleblowers only have the legal right to ask an institution engaging in harassment to change its mind. Who needs a law for that? Fourth, the twisting in the wind syndrome. Agencies have and abuse unrestrained power to suspend clearances for periods ranging months to years without telling the employee the charges that leave them officially untrustworthy until they disprove the ghost allegations against them. Talk about a catch-22. Fifth, internal review boards that make a caricature of due process. To illustrate in one case, after waiting 3.5 years where she was assigned to her home without duties, for a hearing that went 90 minutes and not a second longer, pre-Katrina emergency planning whistleblower Linda Lewis was not informed of her alleged specific misconduct, not allowed to know who made the charges against her, let alone confront her accusers, not allowed to present witnesses or the lion's share of evidence in her defense, only allowed to present her defense to a bureaucrat who couldn't make recommendations and was little more than a delivery boy forwarding a transcript, and finally received a decision by an anonymous 3-person panel that never laid eyes on her and upheld her revocation without explanation. Sixth, the twilight zone. Agencies can deny reality at will, as occurred after a Department of Justice whistleblower successfully exposed, of all issues, leaks of classified information. He was informed when he showed up for work shortly after he never had a clearance, despite having contrary documentation and a record of handling top-secret data for the previous 18 months. There wasn't anything he could do. Seventh, inconsistent rules for disclosure and protection. National security whistleblowers at the FBI and the intelligence agency have the right to make classified disclosures to Congress under controlled circumstances. But those at civil service agencies like DOE, the Defense Department, or the Department of Homeland Security do not in all cases. Most fundamentally, all rights at the FBI and intelligence agencies are honored system, compared to third-party enforcement of anti-reprisal rights, covering all but security clearance harassment for other national security whistleblowers. And eighth, toothless channels to work within the system. The Whistleblower Protection Act disclosure channels for employees to work within the system are broken. Consider Mr. Lavernier's example today. And to just add a bit to that, the Office of Special Counsel took over 2.5 years to evaluate a report that took the Department of Energy less than 6 months to investigate and write. Then after conceding its blanket denials were contradicted by a dozen internal agency reports, the special counsel ducked the judgment call required by law whether the report passed or failed as a good faith resolution of this national security hazard. National security professionals are much more likely to work within the system if it is worthy of respect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have case studies to back any of these examples and can offer recommendations.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to represent the opinions of the National Security Whistleblowers Coalition, which is an organization comprised exclusively, its membership is exclusively made up of national security whistleblowers. Last week, Mr. Porter Goss, the Director of Central Intelligence, wrote in an editorial in the New York Times that leaks cost money, leaks of national security information, they cost a lot of money, and they also cost lives and they cost effectiveness. But what he glossed over the well-known and documented abuse of classification authority, which is used to hamstring Congress and has been used for a long time to hamstring Congress, to prevent disclosure of embarrassing information, to handicap political opponents and to aid political friends, And it is a term, national security information, that is so malleable. And there's a mistaken belief that national security information is somehow born, that there's not a decision made by somebody that information is national security in nature and therefore cannot be disclosed. Classifiability, in reality, is oftentimes proportional to the amount of embarrassment that the information will cause if it is made public. Let me disclose some classified information to you now. 1/1870. That's the birth date of Sibel Edmonds. That information was protected by the state secrets privilege by the Department of Justice, was not allowed to be given in an interrogatory in a suit brought by 9/11 family members, as well as the fact that she speaks Azerbaijani, Farsi, and Turkish. Not only did this information receive classification, but they managed to somehow convince a federal judge that that information would be or would cause grave damage to the national security if it was revealed. The fact that information is abused frequently by national security and classification decisions is a well-known fact, but it's one that oftentimes is not respected or recognized by members of Congress. I have 3 points I would like to make about the current system. First, it's broken, and I think to call it a system is actually to give it a compliment that it does not deserve. IGs and the Office of Special Counsel are at best impotent, and at worst, they are collectors of intelligence of employees, and they act as leg breakers for the agency and enforcement mechanisms. Even in the rare instances that they back whistleblower claims, nothing happens. In the case of Sibel Edmonds, her accusations and allegations were substantially justified by the Inspector General, and no changes were made in the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and indeed some employees were promoted. In the case of Bogdan Zakovic, at the then FAA, his allegations were shown to be credible by the Office of Special Counsel. Again, nothing happened there. What we have now is a Frankenstein assemblage of good intentions, but unfortunately that assemblage leads to catastrophe. Oftentimes whistleblowers are lured in by the promise of protection, and what they do is they founder on the rocks of agency culture and other activities which are designed specifically to destroy them. The present system must be removed root and branch. You need to start over. It's not working. We have 30 years of ineffectiveness, proven ineffectiveness, and it will do no good to try and add a second story to a house that is built on a flawed substrate. Second, Congress is unnecessarily deferent to the executive branch in matters of national security. There's an unseemly servility to the executive branch. There is a reluctance to embrace the political nature of claims of national security. Congress is constitutionally empowered to receive all information. It must turn away from nothing. It's now controlled by, quote, the official family of the President, a phrase that has been repeated over again, and it seems strange to me that the humble private who has a security clearance is worthy to handle information, and the clerk of government is worthy to handle information, but members of Congress somehow must not. Third, the combination of deference to the executive branch and this defective system yields danger to the public. It is a simple formula. No disclosure mechanism that is protected, plus undue congressional deference and servility to the executive branch equals a vulnerable citizenry. I think that we pay you to do better than that, sir. I think over 30 years, we've shown that the system does not work over and over again. It is time to take it out and start over.
Thank you very much. Thank all four of you. I'm going to just ask a few questions, then have the council ask some questions, and I'll be asking some others. I'd like to know if there was anything that in the previous panel lasted quite a long time. We had a lot of members here asking questions. I'd like to know your reaction to the first panel and what you would want to highlight for our committee and the staff, for me and the staff as well. What do you think was the most important point that we learned, the most important point that was illustrated in the first panel?
Guess we'll start over here. I would probably say the most important point, or the one that we could carry away, again goes to a lack of accountability or ability of the individual to go outside of the same decision makers that are reaching the decision regarding their wrongdoing or alleged wrongdoing or clearance. Tony Shaffer, Lieutenant Colonel Shaffer, is my client as well. We provided information that not only mitigated, at least in my own opinion, but refuted specific allegations very quickly. One specific allegation. He was alleged to have circumvented his chain of command and gone to a general instead of talking to a light colonel on certain matters that were classified. Well, the general gave us a letter stating he had told then Major Shaffer it was perfectly fine for him to always come to the general and that he was acting under the general's order. Not only mitigated but refuted, word for word the allegation. Yet it would be a need to set up something outside of the current framework, whether that be the federal judiciary to have oversight or some independent body. The IGs, the Inspector General's offices, which I've dealt with most of them, are not able to handle, for a variety of reasons that are too long to go into, this type of mechanism, most of which because they're still within that same office. I mean, you saw today in your response from the CIA where it comes from Congressional Affairs rather than the Inspector General, which is supposed to be independent within that body. So it would be the ability to go somewhere independent to allow what the executive order states should be a common sense determination. If you look through many of these clearance decisions, and only 2 agencies out of, not even sure what the number is that actually hold clearances, but it's in the double digits, of course, published their security clearance decisions in redacted form. The Energy Department and one portion of the Defense Department. You read through that, you will see that if not every single one, but certainly 99% of them, can be reached on a very commonsensical basis that would not even require some modicum level of expertise within the security field. Now, in some situations when you're dealing with SAP programs and stuff like that, sure. What I'm meaning is the agencies will tell you that, and this is why the judiciary does not have jurisdiction, they need expertise to make or render these types of decisions that led to the loss of those who testified, loss of the clearance who testified in the first round, and that individuals such as yourself or myself as counsel or an Article III constitutional judge does not have that expertise to render what the President has said should be nothing more than a common sense determination. If you have that type of oversight, if you have that ability to go somewhere, we wouldn't see this panel.
I understand now, and thank you. And Ms. Daly.
I think I was particularly struck by the difficulties that each of the whistleblowers had to face in bringing forward information that you should know as a member of Congress, that all of us should know in the public as well, except, of course, if it's classified and we can't know. It's clear to me that retaliation is something that's being allowed to take place over and over again against whistleblowers. And it's mind-boggling what a silencing effect that must have on the executive, on people who work inside of the executive branch who want to bring forward evidence of wrongdoing.
Thank you. Before I go to you, Mr. Devine, Dr. Weaver, how many are part of your organization?
How many members do we have, sir? We have about 75 public members, and we have members who are not public.
And they are all whistleblowers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Devine?
To me, the most significant points were that every one of those witnesses was a public servant who is inspiring and deserves our admiration. None of them still work for the federal government.
Yeah.
The lesson learned is you can't get away with committing the truth and survive professionally. And the solution? Congress needs to get off the dime and pass the legislation to overhaul the Whistleblower Protection Act and add enforcement teeth to those paper rights so they cover all employees who need the protection against all the forms of harassment that they're hit with.
Mr. Devine, you've been doing this work for a while?
I'm sorry?
You've been doing this work for a while? You have been doing this work for a while?
Yes, sir, since January 1979.
So, tell me how it becomes a political issue. I mean, it's not lost to me that we were told nothing has happened in the last 12 years. That just is basically coincides pretty much with when Republicans took over. But I don't see this. Why didn't this happen before? What was the reluctance? Is this become an ideological issue? Does this become a political issue? Does it become a power issue between the White House and Congress? Where does it break down?
To be fair, Mr. Chairman, I think part of the reason for delay was that up until a 1999 court decision, members of Congress believed with good justification that the whistleblower law did protect against security clearance harassment. A 1999 court ruling said that the law had been imperfectly drafted, and therefore Congress was going to have to go back and do it right. Since that time, the issue has been swept up with all of the other breakdowns in whistleblower law.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Could I also just make a comment here, which is that I think this is really a question of the struggle for power between the Congress and the executive branch. This is not a partisan issue by any means. For example, the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act when it was passed in 1998, the Senate actually passed a much stronger version of the bill, which would have required all intelligence agency employees to be made aware of the process that they should follow for using that act. Under threat of a veto from President Clinton, that was stripped out of the bill, as were some other provisions that would have made the act much stronger. So, we've seen bad behavior in both parties. We've seen good behavior in both parties, and I really think that this is an issue that is more about the Congress overseeing the executive branch than anything else.
Thank you. That's helpful to me. Dr. Weaver?
Yes, I believe in the previous panel. I think the most important thing is they all agreed that there needed to be some body independent of the executive. Now, the Congress, of course, has a long history creating commissions and trying to insulate those commissions from executive branch influence. So I think there's experience to draw on. I think it's possible that Congress could contemplate an executive or contemplate a commission that is insulated from executive influence, or create a new office in the Government Accountability Office to oversee, to take over what's now OSC's function, and to have more teeth. That way, it would be a longer reach for the executive to influence that office. I would like to say, too, that despite the common belief, I think, among attorneys and members of Congress and the informed lay public, the Supreme Court has never ruled that the President of the United States has plenary authority over national security information or security clearances. Navy versus Egan was an internal dispute between the Navy and the MSPB. There was not a constitutional issue that was decided. That was a statutory issue in that case. The question was not whether or not Congress could exercise influence in the area of controlling or guiding national security information or security clearances. That issue has never been addressed. And I would find it remarkable that the Supreme Court would believe that Congress does not have a substantial role in guiding the national security information and the security of this country.
Thank you. Can I have the counsel ask some questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zaid, in your testimony, one of the problems you cite is a delay of implementation of new adjudicative guidelines for clearances. Could you tell us more about that?
Sure. On December 29th of last year, Stephen Hadley, the National Security Advisor, issued new adjudicative guidelines to replace those that President Clinton issued in 1995, and then which were implemented apparently by 1997. This again has become a very interesting dichotomy between the powers of the presidency and internally within departments, in fact, because different departments are taking different positions. These new adjudicative guidelines are actually more favorable to prospective clearance holders or current clearance holders.
In what respect?
Especially, for example, in the cases of foreign preferences. Foreign preferences, which would be as simple as having relatives overseas. There's nothing whatsoever in the trustworthiness or credibility or any actions that the individual has taken, but because you have relatives who live over in the People's Republic of China, you're seen as a security risk because China may torture those individuals or threaten to you that they may be tortured, so you can't have a clearance, which is inconsistently applied throughout the federal government. The new regulations make it a little bit more difficult in concept for an agency to deny an individual's clearance based on foreign preference. They are more country-specific. They want you to look more at which country is involved. I mean, I had a case where a Canadian citizen was said to be a danger because he still had his Canadian citizenship and had to renounce it, or the Great Britain, or numerous other countries where they are actually allies. So now there's supposed to be a distinction between allies and perceived enemies. There's also supposed to be more of a distinction about the level of contact that you have with your perceived family member that's overseas.
This is some attempt to standardize the consideration of these factors that was not there before?
Well, it's an attempt to at least minimize the hundreds, if not potentially thousands of people who have been denied clearances based on very minuscule information. I had one case where a clearance was denied recently because the fellow had family members in Pakistan. And the administrative judge said, because Pakistan is on the front lines of terrorism, where the terrorists live and operate, I can't trust that this person has a clearance. But 3 years earlier, in the few weeks after 9/11, another administrative judge had ruled, based on very similar facts of relatives over in Pakistan, Pakistan is on the front lines of terrorism, is standing side by side with the United States as our ally, so we're going to give this fellow his security clearance. And this is at the Defense Office of Hearings and Appeals, Doha. So you have that type of inconsistency.
What's DOD's problem with these new regulations?
The new regs, DOD takes the position that the President does not have the authority to tell it what to do without it putting forth a notice and comment period, because DOD has adopted the executive order into its own regulations. So DOD, even though there's no way anybody could, if they offered a comment, DOD could not modify what the President has issued as far as the regulations. They feel they have to issue these regulations in a notice and comment period in the Code of Federal Regulations, and then wait. And their response is, because I've talked with the general counsels about this, that this is what they did back in '95. It took 18 months for those regulations to finally get implemented into 1997. So we're talking, who knows when it's going to be. The Justice Department lawyers who have been on this take the opposite view and say, look, Hadley's cover memo says, and he's speaking for the President, these regulations are to be implemented immediately, and that means they're to be applied immediately. You run into additional problems because does it apply to current pending cases where you haven't yet had the appeal, or does it apply to only new cases that come along? And that question also seems to vary throughout the different agencies.
Thank you. Ms. Daly, let's talk about the Department of Energy. I know Polo's done a lot of work there. We had heard sometime in the course of other investigations about a pretty entrenched culture of shoot the messenger there. Was that your experience as well?
Absolutely. That's been our experience. We actually work with a number of people inside of the DOE nuclear weapons complex to expose wrongdoing and unethical or incompetent activities. Rich Lavernier was one of the people that we worked with over many years, and we've been able to find a place where anonymous disclosures through POGO have been very effective at an effective avenue for people to voice their concerns. And in fact, we've been able to help to move some things forward, but as you know, it's been very difficult to force the Department of Energy to change, in part because of the entrenched culture, and also in part because of the fact that there are some people there who have protected the institution's interests at all costs.
Right. So you become their kind of private IG, is that the...
Pardon?
You become their kind of private IG?
Exactly. We've become a private IG, and I'd like to suggest to everyone in Congress that they can do the same. And I know that in this committee you have done some of that. I think other committees should become private IGs. If you become known as a known quantity in a particular agency as a place where you can safely go, people will come to you.
You mentioned before, in terms of the notional end state of a fixed system here, that it would be much like improved whistleblower protections government-wide, but just use the word discreet, acknowledging the somewhat unique nature of national security information. How would you implement discreet?
How do I define discreet?
Well, in the system you envision, how would it be discreet, or at least more discreet than the one available to regular Title V employees?
I believe that people should be given the option of disclosing wrongdoing anonymously if they so choose. Currently, in the Inspectors General, there's been mixed results about when that happens. In some cases, people's identities have been exposed when they didn't want them to be exposed. I know that at different points in time there have been leaks from the hotlines of IGs, so a whistleblower will submit something that, a disclosure about wrongdoing, and a couple weeks later their boss says, hey, thanks a lot for that hotline disclosure. So, discreet in my mind means a safe place where someone can go to disclose wrongdoing and potentially work with someone to shed light on it.
Thank you. Mr. Devine, let's talk about gag rules. What is the, you talked about kind of annual legislation to prevent the spending of money on gag rules, and yet the executive branch for as many years takes the position they can still execute gag rules using someone else's money, or how does that work?
The procedure for it, sir, is that it's illegal to spend any money to implement, any federal funds, to implement or enforce a non-disclosure policy, form, or agreement, unless it contains an addendum at the end, whether it's an oral briefing or in writing. And the addendums makes very clear that in the event of a conflict between those non-disclosure rules and a list of good government statutes, ranging from whistleblower laws like the Whistleblower Protection Act or the Lloyd-LaFollette Act on communications with Congress, to the Intelligence Identities Protection Act, which is National Security Shield, that in the event of a conflict, the terms of those laws supersede contradictory language in the gag order, and that in fact the language of those good government laws is incorporated by reference into the terms of the non-disclosure policy. It was initially set up to deal with people losing their security clearances for disclosing information that was called classifiable. That was information that wasn't classified, but after the fact there was a decision it should have been. Usually because someone had blown the whistle with it. Now it's been very valuable against the recent pattern of gag orders, and it's applicable to concepts like sensitive but unclassified, or for official use only. The problem with it is there's no remedy for someone to enforce those rights, and that's in H.R. 1317 and S. 494.
Right. Thank you. Dr. Weaver, describe a little further how reprisal actions might be criminalized, and how either it would be so difficult to prove the intent element of that, or it would be so oppressive that managers wouldn't be able to manage.
Right. There are lots of allied criminal activity, obstruction of justice, fraud in some cases. So I think that the idea of criminalizing behavior is not particularly difficult and presents no more problems than other criminalized activity in the agencies. Of course, you have to walk a fine line. People generally only respond to two coercive actions. You threaten their property or you threaten their liberty. You'd have to be extremely careful how you went about it, but I think one of the preconditions would be that the retaliation was done to prevent disclosure of other criminal activity that in and of itself is criminal, such as fraud or lying to Congress or other sorts of activity. So I think that the retaliation, there would have to be a predicate right to it, a predicate offense, and I think that it could be fraud, obstruction of justice, things of that nature. But as of now, it's costless to retaliate against employees. There is no cost visited on the people who do it. In fact, oftentimes they're promoted for protecting the agency. They're rewarded for doing a good job of carving someone out of the herd who's creating problems and getting rid of them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to just end by asking if there's anything that you want to put on the record before we go to our new panel. Any issue that we just need to make sure is a part of the record that isn't right now.
Well, I would like to say that we oppose 1317 and 494, S494 and HR 1317, and the reason is that specifically national security whistleblowers are excluded from both statutes, proposed statutes. There's no way that therefore, since our entire membership is made up of national security whistleblowers, that we can support that.
Wait, I'm sorry. So yours is an association of national security.
Solely national security whistleblowers. And the atmosphere, I think, in government is such that should be remarked upon, even employees that work for Congress. For example, Lou Fisher, apparently, who's a prestigious researcher at the Congressional Research Service, is facing termination, strangely enough, for writing a CRS piece about retaliation against national security whistleblowers, and now he's suffering retaliation for writing the piece and commenting on it to GovExec. He said,
I'm smiling because there is obviously an irony that is totally unacceptable. Is this a case that I should be knowing about? Is this a case?
Sir, I think you should. He told GovExec, this is a near quote, that managers now can retaliate against whistleblowers with abandon and nothing happens to them. And Director Mulholland has ordered him to apologize to his division manager, and if not, apparently faces termination for that. So, I mean, this deference to...
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. The point I'm saying is the report's written, but he actually feels that he will face consequences.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. He already has.
Mr. Chairman, I would second Dr. Weaver's point that the Congressional Research Service is another agency not covered by the Whistleblower Protection Act, and they've currently demonstrated that they need to be. Also, that Mr. Fisher needs all the solidarity he can get from Congress. Just yesterday, his boss let him know that the apology that he turned in wouldn't suffice because, this is my paraphrase, it wasn't sufficiently groveling.
Whoa.
I would support what my two colleagues have said. I think it's absolutely unfortunate that Mr. Fisher is being put in this position, and I do wonder why the agency has sought to silence his remarks about whistleblowers. What's behind that? And I think it might be interesting for you to try and find out, because if there's a dynamic that is occurring with regard to his report, I wonder if there's pressure being placed on other researchers as well to alter their determinations.
Thank you.
Two comments, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Weaver is correct about the Supreme Court case of Egan. The problem is it has been interpreted by all the lower courts to be completely expansive and controlling with respect to any substantive security clearance challenge. I want to read one sentence to you from that because it applies directly to this committee and this Congress. And it's talking about deference to the executive branch on matters of military and national security. And it says, thus, unless Congress specifically has provided otherwise, courts traditionally have been reluctant to intrude upon the authority, yada, yada. So the Supreme Court is putting it right into the court of Congress to tell it differently as to whether or not you want these types of claims to go before it. With that, the only other thing I want to say, because I think it's extremely important, because it does the most damage many times to anyone with respect to the clearance or the whistleblowers, and that's the undue delay in the unpaid suspensions. And it varies throughout the agencies. Most of these clearance cases will take minimum 6 to 12 months to get resolved, oftentimes longer than that, 12 to 24 months. Some of the agencies, like the Department of the Army and the Department of the Air Force, will place those individuals on unpaid suspensions during that entire period of time. And so you can imagine, again, as I said before, what impact that has. Of course, it also creates a bankruptcy problem that is itself a justification for revocation of a security clearance. DIA, to its credit, the one thing I actually give it credit, is that it places its people on paid suspension during this time period. I've had clients routinely go 2 years in paid suspension while their clearance matter is adjudicated. Now, that might raise a different issue for waste, fraud, and abuse for paying somebody to do absolutely nothing, but I'd say it's at least better than being in this unpaid suspension route.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you.
And that's even when there's unclassified work available for that individual to perform. They will still place them in unpaid suspension. And I want to thank you for your attention to this issue.
Okay. Hold on one second. In 1994, 95, we came in with the Congressional Accountability Act, which was to get Congress to abide by all the laws we imposed on the rest of the nation. And clearly that whistleblower statute should apply not just to CRS, it should apply to our own offices and so on. So, you know, we need to take a good look at that. Let me do this. We've kept our last panel waiting 4 hours, and I think I need to get to that panel as well, obviously now rather than much later. So I thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final panel is Mr. James McVeigh, Deputy Special Counsel, U.S. Office of the Special Counsel. Mr. Thomas Gimble, Acting Inspector General, Office of the Inspector General, Department of Defense, accompanied by Ms. Jane Deese, Director, Military Reprisal Investigations, Mr. Daniel Meyer, Director, Civilian Reprisal Investigations. Testimony again from Mr. Glenn A. Fine, Inspector General, Office of the Inspector General, Department of Justice, and Mr. Gregory Friedman, Inspector General, Office of the Inspector General, Department of Energy. Let me, I'm sorry, I should have gotten you before you sat down. If you would, you know what, you can stay sitting if you want. Good grief, I'm swearing you in, but we do not need to stand for this. If you would raise your right hand, and if anybody else who will be testifying, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before the subcommittee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
No, for the record, our witnesses have responded in the affirmative. I want to, again, thank you as government officials. It is usually the practice that you would go first. I think the reason why, I hope it's evident to you why we didn't want you to go first is basically the system is being in question. I have huge questions. I didn't want to hear about how the system works in theory. I want to hear how it works in practice. I would love dearly for you, besides your testimony, if you feel so inclined, to just tell us how you feel about what you have heard and where the system is broken, where it needs to be fixed. You didn't invent the system. You didn't draft the legislation. You are implementing it to the best of your ability. I want to know how we fix this system. And if you don't think it needs to be fixed, I really need to have you tell me why you don't think it needs to be fixed. So, Mr. McVeigh, you have the floor. And the other thing I'll say to you is you've waited until the end. I will hear your testimony as long as you want to make your testimony. And we won't leave until everything you want to put on the record is on the record. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for inviting me here to testify.
Is your mic
today.
on? I'm so sorry. You need to see the bottom.
Can you hear me now, sir?
No, you hit the bottom. Let's see it. It is on? I'm sorry. It is on. I apologize.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm the Deputy Special Counsel at the U.S. Office of Special Counsel, OSC. I'm pleased to be here to explain our office's role in protecting federal whistleblowers from retaliation. The Office of Special Counsel is an independent federal investigative and prosecutorial agency. Our authority and responsibility comes from 4 federal statutes: the Civil Service Reform Act, the Whistleblower Protection Act, the Hatch Act, which prevents partisan political activity in the federal workplace, the Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act, which ensures the reemployment of service members. OSC's primary mission, however, is to safeguard the merit system by protecting federal employees and applicants from prohibited personnel practices, and especially reprisal for whistleblowing. OSC receives, investigates, and prosecutes allegations of prohibited personnel practices with an emphasis on protecting federal government whistleblowers. OSC has authority to seek corrective action for aggrieved employees, such as back pay and reinstatement to their jobs. We do this through negotiation with the agency or by filing an action with the Merit Systems Protection Board. OSC is also authorized to file complaints at the Merit System Protection Board to seek disciplinary action against managers who commit prohibited personnel practices. Punishment and disciplinary action cases can range from a simple letter of counseling all the way to debarment for federal service. OSC also provides a secure and confidential channel through its whistleblower disclosure unit for federal workers to disclose information about various workplace improprieties, including violations of law, rule, regulation, gross mismanagement, including violations of waste of funds, abuse of authority, and substantial danger to public health and safety. As I stated earlier, protecting employees and applicants from reprisal from whistleblowing was a primary purpose of the Civil Service Reform Act. However, we have no jurisdiction to handle claims from intelligence agencies, employees such as the Central Intelligence Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, and others specifically excluded by the President. OSC takes no position on the merit of whether or not we should have this jurisdiction. There are other organizations and professionals that are able to more competently discuss these issues. Nonetheless, I can testify as to how OSC investigates and improves whistleblower retaliation claims. I hope this can be a benefit to this committee in rendering any appropriate proposed legislation. I would now like to preface the remainder of my remarks or comments by explaining what I mean when I say the word whistleblower, and not just in the context of a government employee. To us, in the theoretical sense, I'm talking no less than good versus evil and right versus wrong. And you saw that earlier today. In its purest form, a whistleblower is an individual that is willing to take on odds, often in the face of danger and retaliation, to bring to light of day a wrong that has been committed against society. Their intention is no less than creating a better society in which to live and a more ethical government to rule us all. In fact, I believe the American Republic cannot long survive without disciplined government and a fair and honest corporate structure. Whistleblowers serve this end. America has the finest tradition of whistleblowers. Popular examples are Serpico, who brought to light corruption in the New York Police Department. Another one is the Insider, who blew the whistle on the tobacco industry for making their products more addicting. A more relevant example for our purposes is Ernie Fitzgerald, who brought to light billions of dollars in cost overruns in the construction of the C-5A transport years ago. Cost him his job when his managers retaliated against him. His case was one of the groundbreaking cases reviewed in the Leahy Commission report, which later gave us the Civil Service Reform Act. The Office of Special Counsel receives up to 700 whistleblower reprisal claims per year. Additionally, we receive approximately 450 whistleblower disclosure cases per year. After an initial screening for jurisdiction and to ensure the whistleblower has stated a prima facie case, the meritorious reprisal cases are sent to our Investigation and Prosecution Division. Ultimately, the case may end up at trial in front of the Merit System Protection Board. In reprisal cases, OSC must establish the following elements by preponderant evidence. Hopefully this can be of help. We must show that the complainant made a protected disclosure, first. We must then show that there was a personnel action taken in regard to that employee. The third is the official responsible for the personnel action, the manager, knew about the complainant's protected disclosure. And lastly, the protected disclosure we have to prove was a contributing factor in the official taking the personnel action. Once we establish these elements, then the agency has the right, under the laws written by Congress, to defend the action by showing with clear and convincing evidence that it would have taken the action even in the absence of the claimant's protected disclosure. In conclusion, I'd like to quote one of the Founding Fathers. 1776, John Adams said, "Good government is an empire of laws." At OSC, we believe in an empire of laws which create good government and inspire integrity and public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Before going to our next witness, all the cases that you heard today, you would not have handled any of them, correct?
The only one I'm familiar with, sir, is the Lavernier case.
Right.
And that was his disclosure case, his prohibited personnel.
That would have come under your jurisdiction. The others would not have come under your jurisdiction.
That's correct.
Yeah. But his would have?
That's correct. His would have, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. So
let me make that clear if I can. The revocation of a security clearance is not considered a personnel action. In addition, as I explained in my testimony, there are certain agencies that are not covered under the auspices of the Special Counsel or the Merit System Protection Board as it relates to those. So there's in essence, two ways that prevents us from investigating and potentially prosecuting or seeking corrective action for a complainant in this setting.
Okay, tell me again the two ways.
One, the statute is very clear, and the President can even accept further agencies from coverage under the Act.
Right.
Secondly, the revocation of a security clearance is not considered a personnel action.
Yep, okay. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, sir?
It does.
Thank
Mr. Gimbel, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to appear this afternoon to discuss whistleblower protections within the Department of Defense.
You know, you're very gracious, Mr. Gimbel, in not saying this evening. Thank you.
I was getting to that, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I know.
These protections include prohibiting reprisal through suspension or revocation of security clearances. I'm accompanied here today by Ms. Jane Deese, the Director of our Military Reprisal Investigations, and Mr. Dan Meyer, the Director of our Civilian Reprisal Investigations. Based on the information from my defense hotline, reprisal complaints involving the suspension or revocation of security clearances are rare. One reason for the rarity may be due to the significant due process protections found in DoD Regulation 5200.2R, the Personnel Security Program. The most critical protection provided to employees is that the supervisor recommending an unfavorable action against an employee's security clearance is not a part of the adjudication process. Instead, the security clearance decision is adjudicated by security professionals that work in one of the 8 DoD central adjudication facilities. However, any system can be abused, and my office has broad responsibility for investigating allegations or reprisals. 3 specific whistleblower statutes in Title 10 apply to DoD. Section 1034 applies to the military personnel. Section 1587 applies to civilian non-appropriated fund employees, and Section 2409 applies to employees of defense contractors. The Office of Special Counsel has jurisdiction over prohibited personnel practices taken against most Title V civilian appropriated fund employees in the executive agencies, including the Department of Defense. The Office of Special Counsel does not have jurisdiction over employees of intelligence agencies that have been excluded by the President. For employees of the intelligence agencies as well as the other DoD employees, Section 7 of the Inspector General Act gives my office broad authority to investigate allegations of reprisals against whistleblowers. Now, one statute often confused with providing protection from reprisal is the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act of 1998. The purpose of the Act is to provide a means to communicate classified information to Congress from the executive branch employees engaged in intelligence and counterintelligence activities. The Act in itself, however, does not provide statutory protection from reprisal. We've received only 3 of these complaints since 1998, and none have involved the suspension or revocation of a security clearance. Within my office, the 2 directors responsible for conducting and overseeing reprisal investigations. The Military Reprisal Investigations Directorate investigates the allegations of reprisal submitted by members of the armed forces, non-appropriated fund employees, and employees of defense contracts. Under statute, my office is required to investigate or oversee the investigation of all reprisal complaints submitted by the members of the armed forces. My office established the Civilian Reprisal Investigations Act, CRI, in 2004 to provide an alternate whistleblower protection program for Title V employees, and in particular the employees of defense intelligence agencies who do not have OSC protections under Title V. I've recently proposed a new DoD instruction formalizing a general Title V civilian whistleblower protection program. This instruction is currently in formal coordination within the department and will govern the policies and procedures to assist civilian employees who allege reprisal for their whistleblowing activities. Creating and maintaining an environment where government employees